meine Süßis. Schau mal, da ist schon wieder was mit der Quelle nicht in Ordnung. Wir machen die einfach mal aus. Süßis. Schau mal, da ist schon wieder was mit der Quelle nicht in Ordnung. Wir machen die einfach mal aus. Und da war was doppelt, was nicht hätte doppelt sein dürfen. Das haben wir jetzt auch entfernt. Böses Dashboard. Wie geht's denn meinen lieben Zuschauern? Draco und Dorem und Windows und Super CP. Schon so viele, auch wenn er mir nur anzeigt, dass nur 2 da wären, aber schon so viele. So, schieb. Ja, ich möchte gerne, dass du beide Monitore benutzt, PC. Das wäre supi. Ich habe nämlich beide Monitore aus einem Grund. Hui. Ja, Gotzi. Ich habe dich grunzen gehört. Dein Leben ist schwer, ich weiß. Ah, das ist super, dass du gut durch den Stoff kommst, Windows. Das ist supi. So. Dann in den Audiomixer hier, damit wir da alles sehen. Also. Muss ich noch mal ganz kurz hier reinschauen. Key and 32 Stimmen. Ganz viele Leute wollen, dass es so bleibt, wie es ist, aber ein paar wollen wollen lieber einen Not Safe for Work freien Account. Und ein paar Leute wollen, dass möglichst viel getrennt wird. Er muss eben ein paar mehr Twitch-Accounts machen. Feuerwehr und Polizeiauflauf. Dore, was ist bei dir los? Du sollst nicht die Häuser von den Leuten, die du nicht magst, anzünden. Ich dachte, darüber haben wir schon geredet. Den zukünftigen Nachbarn Super CPs, ist er sie es nett oder ist er sie es eine Katastrophe? Das sind so irgendwie immer die zwei Sachen. Ah, ist es ein Non-Binary Awareness Week, wirklich? Warum ist jetzt Non-Binary Awareness Week? So, okay. Tweets sind erledigt. Hallo, welches Katzi bist du? Ich glaube, du bist das Katzi, das ich nicht haben will, ne? Das Katzi, das ganz viel runterschmeißt immer. Komm. Ja. Hier ist ein Energy Drink. Geh weg. Geh weg. Geh weg. Geh weg. Hast du meinen Strohhalm verstüttelt, Kater? Der Hund der Studentin über mir wurde es durchs Fenster aufs Dach abgehauen und darum geklettert. Uff. Uff, uff, uff. Was Ähnliches hat tatsächlich meine erste Katze gemacht. Die hat nämlich mitbekommen, wir wohnten damals im Dachgeschoss, die hat mitbekommen, dass wir in einem anderen Raum sind, weil das ja so ein Apartmentkomplex war. Und wir waren halt in der Gemeinschaftsküche. Und die wollte unbedingt zu uns. Also ist sie durch den Fensterspalt durch. Sie halt vorher ist sie halt immer vom Fenster weg. Die hat richtig Angst vor dem Fenster da, ne? Ist sie halt durch den Fensterspalt durch. Und dann ist sie an der Dachschräge runtergerutscht. Und dann hing sie da unten. Und kam da nicht mehr weg. Und dann mussten wir eine Etage tiefer in eine Wohnung von einem anderen rein. Und uns halb aus dem Fenster rausbeugen, um die Katze dazu zu bringen, dem Handtuch, den wir ihr entgegengestreckt haben, damit sie sich da festkrallen kann, drauf zu klettern. Weit genug, dass wir sie packen und festhalten können und hochziehen können. Die Katze hat tatsächlich meinen Strohhalm verschwinden lassen. Ich hasse ihn dafür. Ich hasse ihn so sehr. Er hat sich so lieb benommen, dass ich gedacht habe, es könnte tatsächlich mal funktionieren. Aber nein, der hat die Scheiße schon gemacht. Er hat die Scheiße schon gemacht. Ich brauche doch meinen Strohhalm. Dann kann ich nicht trinken. Gut, wo hat der den Strohhalm entführt? Ja, wo hast du den Strohhalm gebracht, Mifto? Auf dem Boden liegt er nämlich nicht. Normalerweise schmeißt du es nur einfach runter. Ach, Leute, ich muss einen neuen Strohhalm holen gehen. Sonst kann ich nicht trinken. Und gleich wieder da. Du Arschtier, du. Au. verdammte Scheiße. Ah. Wo immer du das her hast. The fuck ist los mit dir, Kater? Ja, brauchst mich nicht so angucken. Ich weiß, dass du das bist, weil meine Mädels machen so eine Scheiße nicht. So, da bin ich jetzt wieder. Jetzt ist die Frage, ob sie das Fenster komplett offen hatte oder auch nur einen Spalt breit. Weil mit spaltbreit geöffneten Fenstern, das ist immer eine Gefahr. Und komplett offen. Wenn komplett offen war, dann sollte sie das halt in Zukunft nicht tun. Und auf jeden Fall die Fenster sichern, weil offensichtlich kann der Hund genug springen und klettern, um da rauszukommen. Ach Leute, ich wollte jemanden zum Riggen beauftragen. Für eins meiner Models. Und der war vor 3 Tagen, war der noch frei. Und jetzt ist der voll. Ich bin so sad. So. Lass mich nochmal gucken. Conjuring 5. Wenn ich mich richtig erinnere, brauche ich 5 Karma dafür. Die ich hätte, wenn ich nicht meine Stärke hochgepusht hätte für den einen Run. Ich brauche 9. Fuck. Ja, ich glaube nicht, dass ich da hochkomme. Hi, Herr Viljev, wie geht's? Also wir gehen jetzt nochmal die Leute hier ein bisschen abchecken. Also vor allen Dingen das Sorgenkind, was simsüchtig ist da hinten. Warte, können wir mit ihm reden und ihm sagen, er soll aufhören, sie mit Zeug zu versorgen? Wo ist er? Da ist er. Since your presence, she looks up, revealing a black eye poorly covered by a concealer, and still she smiles at you. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you want something? Because I've got things to do now. Zack says he has a new sim for me, one with aliens and a little girl I need to save. She's waiting for me and I can't let her down. There's always something going on. It's the flux, right? It gives, it takes. Sometimes it takes more than it gives. And some things it takes are gone forever. Friends that disappear, family that dies, people like Monica. I don't much like the flux. In The Sims, you can have the same happy day over and over. You can skip past the parts you don't like and replay the good moments as many times as you want. I can't think of any parts of real life I'd want to play over, and plenty of parts I wish I could skip. Okay. Plot Thickens. Ich glaube, der Doktor ist scheiße. Ich meine, wir wissen schon, dass der Doc scheiße ist, aber... Gucken wir mal. So irgendwelche guten Medical Supplies? Nö. Ich will ja nicht gern mehr um Simi kümmern, aber scheinbar kann ich das nicht. Ja gut. Machen wir halt den letzten Run. Volklingen. Und ja, en route rabbit hole we found surveillance payment. I will cancel the team's remaining obligations. I have to say, Narrengold, this lifts an enormous weight off my shoulders. When Monica brought you on board, I was initially unsure about you. I would never have said that to anyone else, of course, but I kept you under a watchful eye. I can see now that I needn't have doubted her judgment. She shows her successor well. Now please go fetch the information from Alice. We are one step closer to surviving this mess. Hopefully. Beweg dich mal dahin. Und bleib da hinten, Kater. Oh, habe ich vergessen, was mitzunehmen? Volklingen. The rabbit hole awaits. It awaits! So, wir machen jetzt die letzte Mission. Und schauen mal, ob wir einen Drachen erwischen können, ne? A tiny credit that feels heavy in your pocket, fed with weight of hard-won nuyen. Ruben station swallows you up and sends you hurling down the rabbit hole, towards Alice, towards the information you've bled for. The train pulls to a stop and the doors hiss open to the dark old platform. With luck, answers lie ahead. Haben wir hier noch irgendwas, was man auch sonst noch tun kann? Nö. Aquatic support in the machine greedily accepts your payment. You watch as the blank plastic of aquatic case disappears into the console. A moment later, a message swings onto the screen. Morgengold, couldn't wait for you any longer. Something is tracking me, something terrible. Need to get out of town, go dark for a while. If you're smart, you will too, but a deal is a deal. When you punch the flashing button on the console, it will spit out an optical chip with your information. Take my advice, whatever this Volclair business is to you, drop it and run. And for God's sake, Morgengold, stay out of a metric. It isn't safe. Sollte ich meinen Decker nicht mitnehmen? You can hear the whine of motors speeding up in the arcade Covenant's gun. With a smooth mechanical motion, a Geronic brand optical chip slides out of the payment port in front of you. Abruptly, the screen goes black. The console powers down. The optical chip sits in its cradle, waiting for you to take it. The instant that the ship leaves its cradle, the machine reboots itself. You are again alone. As you settle in for your trip back to Kreuzbazar, you can feel the rest of the world compartmentalize and fall away. No more distractions, just you, the train, and the optical chip. It sits in your pocket like a hot stone, impossible to ignore. The train ramps up to speed, filling the air with a monotonous electric wire. The sound is soft and low and urgent, like the droning wings of an enormous insect. It'd be soothing if your mind weren't occupied with other matters. All at once, the monotony is broken, your PDA is buzzing. A quick glance at the screen tells you that you are receiving a call and that Paul Amsel is on the other end. You hit the receive button on your PDA. One look at the grainy image that blossoms to life on the screen is enough to tell you that something has gone terribly wrong. The strangled sounds of panicked breathing punch through the PDA's tiny speakers. In the image window you can see the outlines of figures silhouetted against the backdrop of Amsel's shop. The view rotates, bringing them toward the center of the frame. The image sharpens. In the center of the screen stands an enormous orc in battle armor, a hand cannon leveled at something just out of frame. His face is a shiny mat of drafted tissue, his smile like something out of a nightmare. Let him go, you son of a bitch. You watch powerless as the orc grins widens. The frantic breath that you hear coming from off-screen increases in frequency. Outrun, please, tell me, what is this about? What are the Firewing's plans? You're going to kill me anyway. Don't send me to the grave without... Your stomach drops as the gun bucks and roars in an orc sense. Your view on the PDA pitches widely, then comes to a sudden stop with a violent cracking sound. A burst of static flows the screen. Moments later, a dark shape falls into the view with equivalent force. You hear the unmistakable sound of bone crunching against hardwood. The camera auto adjusts and the dark shape swims into focus. You are staring into and through the dripping cavernous ruin of what was once a human head. The remnants of a face that remains are enough to confirm that your gut already knows. The body on the screen is that of Paul Amsel. From out of frame, far away, you can hear another voice, a woman, young from the sound of it, with a military cadence. What now, sir? Now we press our advances. Jam their comms, Ortega. The sound of hurried motion recede into the background. Alright, remember people, Amsel was the brain of the operation, but the rest will put up a lot more fight. Flush him out and take him down, one by one. Another voice chimes in, a young man this time. Sir, look at Amsel's wrist, the PDA, I think that's recording. God fucking damn it. You hear the roar of another gunshot and the screen goes dark. Your vision swims and the screens of your PDA seems to fade away. The impact of what you've just witnessed hammers you in the gut over and over again. Amsel is dead, the Kreuzbazaar is under attack, and it's entirely possible that an ambush party is already waiting to meet you at the U-Bahn platform. Whatever your attackers have planned, you won't be able to do much about it from here. The train is speeding towards the Kreuzbazaar station, no more stops between you and the enemy. Nothing to do to prepare yourself and wait. Oh well. Oh, schau mal. Schau mal, wen wir hier haben. Und offensichtlich schon 2 Tote. Aga, hast du was Gutes gemacht? The barrel of Aga's rifle sweeps upward. She emerged from cover, turning to face you. About time you showed up. The light plays of Aga's face like a street light in the rain-slick asphalt. Her face, neck and chest are sheeted in slick dark liquid. Blood. A lot of blood. Aga, you alright? I'm fine. He only nicked my thigh. Aga whips her mouth in the back of her head, then hoists the corpse up from behind the makeshift barricade. A young man, maybe in his early 20s, his eyes frozen wide in surprise. What's left of his throat hangs down in ragged flaps. This up here, it isn't mine. I'm surprised you let him close the distance on you like that. Even the best shooters have to reload sometimes. Did you meet Alice? Do you have our information? Yeah, I got it. An optical chip. We'll have to use my mission computer to open it. Whatever's on that chip, these bastards don't want us to read it. All of the more reason to do exactly that. After we put the rest of them in the ground, that is. Aga, they killed Paul, I saw it. Yeah, I know. He had us all patched in on that call. We all saw what happened. I figured they'd try to ambush you at the platform, ventilate the train, take you out, and cut off a potential escape route in the process. Is what I would do. So I hightailed it out here and set up an ambush of my own. Thanks, Aga. Save it. I'm here to protect the optical chip. That thing's cost us 50 grand after all. Anyway, that's enough talk. We've got a job to do. There are an unknown number of hostiles up topside. They are well equipped, decently trained, and hell-bent on killing us. The last I heard, Lori was on the north end of town. Dietrich was out getting coffee when all hell broke loose. Let's go get them. Let's go hunting. +1 action point. Your experience has increased the ability to operate in dangerous... Oh, cool. Situations. Game saved. Ein Action Point mehr ist echt unglaublich viel wert. Wait. Wieso hat der Hund, den ich nicht angucken kann, richtig? Ist das Dante? So, wie mal ein Hired Mage, den wollen wir als erstes platt machen. Egal. Egal, ich will, dass du hier hingehst. Und dann will ich... So. Mercenary. Ach, egal. %. Komm, ein aimed Shot, komm. Geht doch. Es ist Dante. Wir müssen Dante unbedingt am Leben erhalten. Line of Sight ist blockt. Nicht für ihn. Mist! Nice. Dante kriegt einen Armor hoch. Very good, Doggo. Hallo, Schugunats. Soll ich, dass ich dich jetzt erst sehe? Oh, come on. So. Kannst du schon wieder... Nein, aber immer trotzdem das. Und dann nehmen wir den. Und das kann ich nicht machen. Dann gehen wir hier hin. Dante, das sind keine 3 Meter, Dante. Guck, Dante, so macht man das. Something ahead of you lets you out a low growling growl from the shadows, a primordial sound that echoes down the snowy street. It steps into the light. Dante! From even the distances you can feel the heat radiating from the enormous dog's body. He locks eyes with you, and you can see the fire burning within them. He takes a step toward you, hackles raised. Aga glances at you. Her voice is calm, but you can see the unease in her face. I forgot to mention, fearless Vida, your dog's acting funny. What the hell happened to him? Beats me. I caught sight of him on the way down to the U-Bahn platform and he looked normal enough. Then one of those bastards took a shot aim at him and winged him. Big mistake. Dante got mad. Real mad. He started shaking and twitching and I saw fire in his eyes. He was on the guy before I could blink. A few seconds later, the shooter was red smear on the sidewalk and Dante looked like this. Erstmal astral perception. Your third eye slices open and the world shifts to grey. Buildings, streets, cars, all grey. In your peripheral vision you can see Aga, her outline pulsing a warm glow. Dante glows like a burning coal. His aura is shifting explosion of red and yellow light. As you look into the dog's aura, you can feel it looking back into yours, acknowledging you. In astral space, Dante is more than just a dog. Did you know that Monica's dog was part hellhound, Aga? Aga raises an eyebrow. Nope, but considering the circumstances, I'm good with it. You can control him, right, Narrengold? Will Power 3 Tante kommen? Now that he's seen your aura in astral space, Dante's expression softens. His ear stands back up and you could swear that you see him smile. He happily takes his place by your side. Looks like you got yourself a hellhound. Yes, a hellhound. Good doggo. Good doggo. Hellhounds sind super, super witzig. Ich meine, ihr habt ja gerade gesehen, der hat einfach fucking Feuer gespuckt. Also so ein Hellhound, dem willst du nicht mal eben so begegnen. Wen gehen wir als erstes retten? Glory. Mephistopheles! Sag mal. Oh, da wäre ein Geist, wenn wir mit Dings da wären. Du scheiß Tier, was ist los mit dir? Geh in deinen Korb und chill. Oh, Dante ist sogar hochgepusht, scheinbar. Mercenary und Conjurer. Oh ja. No. Dante, was kannst du denn? Du kannst bei Detected Stripes, kannst Feuerball, na, nice. Du kannst Petrify. Du kannst Flame Breath. Und du kannst Pack Tactics. Dante leads the pack, alles within a range of 3. Gain plus 1 movement. Cool. Machen wir erstmal das hier. Und dann kommst du bis hierhin. Alter! Alter, hast du eine Reichweite, Junge. Ja gut, du Mist, aber trotzdem, holy shit. Hallo, Muschki-Zauberer. Egal, Also, egal. Unser Scharfschütze mit super schlechtem Zielen. Mephistopheles! Stop it! Oh, wo kommst du denn her? Kann ich dich von hier sehen? That's not how you use this. Errungenschaft freigeschaltet. Och. Scharfschütze im direkten Kontakt. Das geht schon. Das geht schon. So, wo ist der Bastard da? So, Elga. Dann gehen wir nochmal eins weiter. Aha. Schade. Schade. Na gut. Oh. Also 70% Chance zu treffen. Dein Ernst? Dein fucking Ernst? Genieß die Säure. Du stehst direkt davor. Wie kannst du es nicht treffen? Wie? Was du nicht eingetroffen hast, Lori, ne? Als Nahkämpfer. Ist schon ein bisschen traurig. Wo ist Blitz? Das ist die große, große Frage. Weil das hat ja Eger auch nicht gesagt, ne? Das ist auch ein Geist scheinbar. Und echt viele Orte, wo du einen Geist kriegen kannst. Jo, Dietrich. Wir haben hier einen Mage, wir haben einen Mercenary und wir haben noch einen Mercenary. Und natürlich ist hier kein Geist. Geil. Okay. Und auch noch schön on fire, nice. Okay, Eger. Ich will den Mage tot sehen. Dankeschön. Okay, Dietrich. Dietrich. Och, Doggo. Glad to see you all made it out here alive. Dietrich straightens, his joints cracking under the strain. He takes a step in your direction, his expression grim. Listen, boss, we've got problems. I saw a group of those jackasses peel off a few minutes ago. They made a beeline for the sewers. They were carrying bombs now, God. Can't say what yield, but they looked big. Unless you fancy living in a crater, I'd suggest that we hightail it down there. Where the hell is Blitz? He took off with Maljit, said something about jamming the attackers' comms. Don't worry about them. We've got to deal with those bombs. Ja. The door has been boarded shut. Das ist wahrscheinlich auch boarded shut. Als held shut by Magical Force, ja. Ich meine, das ist vernünftig. Es ist eigentlich sehr vernünftig, was sie hier tun. Wir kümmern uns erstmal um unsere Freundinnen zu Hause. You and your team descend into the sewers, footstep echoing off of the damp stump walls. You barely notice the smell. There is no time to waste. Audion's team of mercenaries is down here somewhere, racing the plant. Their explosive charges beneath the keys. The fate of the Kreuzbazaar is in your hands. Yes, it is. Mephisto! Stop it! So, erstmal Movement erhöhen. Dietrich. Ne, wir nehmen ihn erstmal. Kannst gar nicht so weit laufen dafür, dass du ein Hund bist. Gut, Aegar. Wohin gehen wir mit Aegar? Aegar könnte hier hingehen. Ja, wir müssen dahin, wir müssen dahin. Mephistopheles! Wir müssen hier hin. Oh. Gerade so nicht genug. Head Mage nur darauf wartet. Kannst du? Schade. Versuch war's wert. Oh, gleich gibt's Werbung. Until the bombs explode. Okay. Ah. Gib mal Haste. Auf Ager kannst du das, nein? Gib's halt mir. So. Mercenary, Mercenary, Mercenary. Okay. Wir haben hier Mercenary, Mercenary. Doggo. Okay, also erstmal heilen. Egal. Schnell komme ich da leider nicht hin, Dante. Schade. Dann geben wir zumindest hier in Schutz. Gleich 2. Ich denke, dass die das da schaffen. Und dass Glory besser in dieser Richtung aufgehoben ist. Auch egal. dem wurde geschossen von hier, aber ich sehe hier niemanden. Fünf. Ich habe nur 3. Okay. Dann kann ich aber zumindest das machen. Kurz gucken, ob ich von hier eine nein. Und den? Nein. Okay. Würdest dich selbst heilen? Gehe einfach mal außen rum, einfach um zu gucken. Aha. Und So. So. You said to the safers, take care of Paul. Immerhin haben wir unsere freundlichen Ghule gerettet. Dante hat jetzt Attribute und so, meinst du? Dante hatte vorher auch Attribute. Nur halt irgendwie alles eins. Selbst Charisma. Auch wenn ich finde, dass Charisma bei Hunden eigentlich immer standardmäßig 2 sein sollte. Once again with Team gathers Paul around Paul Amsel, but tonight he has no more missions to offer and no advice to give. Nein, Mephisto! Mephistopheles, nein! Verpiss dich! Geh weg! His body lies motionless on the hardwood, cooling in the night air. The ruin of his face has been hidden under a burlap tarp. For several minutes nobody speaks. Finally Dietrich steps forward. I think we should say something about Paul. There's another moment of silence, then Ager speaks up. I'll go. Paul Amsel was an important member of this team and he supported us well. He said what he was going to do and he did it. That's rare. That's worthy of respect. Thank you, Paul Amsel, for everything. I was out of a position when they came for you. I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. I appreciate what Amsel did for us. It's another loss, one that this team can't afford. Goodbye, Paul. Gott sei mit dir. Gingerly Blitz steps forward. His hair is mussed and there is fresh bullet hole in his jacket. Oh, wow! Wow, hat tatsächlich mal was getan. He smells like smoke and blood and stale sweat and his hands tremble as he takes them out of his pockets. Well, I didn't know Paul as well as the rest of you, but he seemed like a good guy. I didn't want to see this happen at any rate. Yeah, I live. As if in turn, Dante lows his head sadly, lets out a heavy sigh and closes his eyes. I'll take care of it after we watched the ship, don't worry, I know what to do. Be respectful but be quick, after all it is only a shell. Paul is with Monica now. We all gonna be with Monica soon if we don't do something. The firing came after us once. She'll do it again. I don't think she is Agarlov. I really don't. Come on, everyone. Let's get a look at that optical chip. I want to see what we are dealing with. Dante. The fiery expression is gone from his eyes. He's changed, you can see it. But he is still Dante. So Morgengold, Dante was very helpful out there, but I'm a bit concerned about this. Ability to predify people that he doesn't like and then rend their flesh with tooth and claw. Yeah, that bothers me too. It bothered me nicht. Well, a pretty cool trick, don't you think? It's handy, that's not hard to argue. He's not a normal dog, not by a long shot. Is he possessed? I assume you've checked his aura and discovered he's part hellhound. Monica trained him for months to be combat ready. We had a hellhound in this house and Monica didn't tell us. For months! Morgengold has him under control. Dante performed well in the field. Followed command flawlessly. I have no concerns. Welcome to the team, Dante. Ich habe eine Unread Message. Warum kann ich sie nicht lesen? Fuck you. On screen, Alice office blossoms into view. A half second later, a real-time simulation of Alice appears, seated behind her mahogany desk. Something about it reminds you of a figure from a wax museum, lifelike but dead inside. It greets you with a facsimile of Alice's joyless smile. Customer name, Morgengold. It voices hollow, synthetic, an automaton masquerading as a living woman. One you've never even met in flesh. Account number 1012579. Greetings, valued customer. I am an offline simulacrum of the Alice persona. I've been included on this ship to answer any questions that you might have about your information purchase. Nifty piece of tech? Not now, Blitz. If you're ready to proceed, I will present Alex's findings. You may interrupt this presentation at any point by saying, Alice, I have a question. You may interrupt this presentation at any point by saying, Alice, I have a question. That answers that. We're ready. Let's get this show on the road. Very well. Commencing presentation. When it speaks, it seems more natural, as though the real Alice is speaking through it. Alright, Morgengold, I've got good news for you, and I've got bad news. Let's start with the good news. I found Claire, and he is alive. Thank God. The trail to your missing doctor was long and slippery one. The fee that you paid me barely covered my costs for the job. I sent a team into the SOX on the fact-finding mission. I bribed government officials. I greased the palms of wage slaves at megacorps all across Europe. Each step I took eliminated possibilities, draw me a little bit closer, and finally I found the place where Claire is being held. A grainy overhead photograph, annotated with map coordinates. You recognize it immediately. This is where you will find him. He is being held captive at a remote estate called the Harfold Manor. You've got to be kidding me. He was there the whole time. Okay, nobody tell me I get it. This is something else that I missed. Alice, I have a question. You have a question. Alright, please make your inquiry now. One of my asset transfer neurons provided me with a video feed dated from 10.10. The feed was taken by a corporate surveillance drone. Playback commencing. The screen is filled with a grainy black and white video feed. The camera pushes in and the image sharpens. Through a barred ground level window you can see the shape of a stooped, emaciated figure. His body shows clear signs of neglect. The figure is unmistakably, it's very clear, 20 years older and worse for wear. Skin hangs loosely on his bones and his cheeks are hollow. There's a distinctly grey pallor on his skin. That's Voltaire, alright. What's left of him anyway? It doesn't look like they've been feeding him much. Poor bastard. Another figure steps into frame behind Voltaire. An orc. He turns his head slightly and his skin graft catches the light. Voltaire slowly turns to face Audron. The video feed cuts out. Do you have another question? What else did you turn up? Seismological data and thermal imaging confirms the existence of a large hollow chamber under the estate. It is my suspicion that Dr. Voltaire is being held somewhere within the substructure. If Feuerschwinge kept Voltaire trapped there for almost 20 years, she could have a reason for it. It takes effort and resources to lock a man away for that amount of time. So what's her endgame in all of this? Why not just kill him and be done with it? Malice, revenge, who knows? Remember, this was the man who shot her down. He's sent her crashing into a radioactive wasteland. If somebody did that to me, I'd want to hurt him too. And I make it last. I think it goes deeper than that. According to Winter's DVD, Voltaire designed the experimental weapon that shot her down, and that weapon split her body from her essence. Glory glances down at her own steel and chrome arms and suppresses a shudder. If I had to guess, I'd say that she's trying to make him fix whatever he did to her. That's what makes sense to me. There's a moment of silence as the group processes Laurie's suggestion. Before anyone can speak, the simulacrum cuts back in. Do you have another question? And for Claire is at Harfeld, we've got a problem. Last time we broke in that place, they took Monica out. It was a miracle that any of you got out alive. Yeah, but now we know what's down there. This time we'll be prepared for it. We can handle this. No, it will be even worse this time. First time we went in, we had the element of surprise on our side. But now, they be expecting us. They're hunting us, remember? The security team is going to be waiting for us, Dietrich. That Auron bastard is going to be waiting for us. And even if we make it past them, we are going to have to deal with a dragon in the basement. Not after what they did here tonight. Blissfully unaware of a conversation that's cutting off. And now Narrengold, on to the bad news. You know where Beauclair is, but rescuing him will not be possible. Alice, I have a question. Why the hell not? In the course of my investigation, I encountered something terrifying in the Matrix. It was fast, cunning, and very definitely intelligent. I'm convinced that I only escaped because it let me go. It could have killed me in a heartbeat if I wanted to. This thing that I met is protecting the Harfeld Manor, and it is going after anyone who gets too close to what's happening there. Alice, what did you see in there? What is going after these people? By the way of explanation, I would like to read the following document. What you're looking at is an archived forum discussion from the early days of a Shadowrun. It isn't kidding, Chief. The discussion is dated back to 36, okay. The ancient history of decking community. It probably isn't even correct to call these guys deckers. Hackers would be more appropriate term. When you finish and reading it over, say Alice, I'm done, and we continue. Read the archive discussion. Hear all about the SK team that got crisp a few hours ago. A whole lab worth of researchers, all burnt and broken behind recognition. Ugly stuff. At this point, who hasn't? Power spike got them right through their data jacks like a bolt of lightning to the brain. A 1 in a million accident is what I'm saying. And you believe that? Got a more plausible explanation? Yes, actually, it was a cleanup operation. Color me intrigued. What were they cleaning up? A secret project that Lofia didn't want anything to do with. You might heard rumors about it. The project name was Apex. And you lost me. Apex, Clockwork. Seriously. That old line of drag. I'm telling you, jokers, Apex is real. Or at least it was, until the Wizworm pulled the plug. Come on, Clockwork. We're still decades away from seeing a fully functional IA, you know that. Those Apex stories that have been floating around, they're just some conspiracy nuts, wet dreams. Fine, keep your heads in the sand. Some of us know the truth when we read it. Okay, Clock, I'll humor you. But riddle me this. If Lofia had an armed and operational IE in his claws, why kill it? You remember what happened to most of Echo Mirage? The crash wheels killed them, fried their brains, but I don't see what this has to do with anything. With commercial release, some security firms are working on counter-intrusion software that could do the same thing. Black Eyes. You can look it up if you don't believe me. Wow, scary stuff, man. While the goal of Apex project was even scarier. Eyes wants you for you to comment. Apex wouldn't be bound to those restrictions. It could go out hunting, hit the targets when they at least expected. That's why they called it Apex. It was designed to be the Apex predator of a digital world. And so, rather than using it to assist ventures, Lofi decided to kill it and cradle. The Wizworm's no fuel. Some things are too dangerous to play around with. How would you put that genie back in the bottle if it ever slipped out of your control? Answer, you couldn't. And then it would take over the world. Okay, this thread has absolutely gone off the trails. I'm closing it down for the good of mankind. As I'm done. There are no official records in the SADA group database to support the existence of the Apex project, but the thing that I encountered was Apex. Of that I am certain. Just as I am certain that Apex was responsible for the death of Monica Schäfer, Green Winters, Clockwork Peregrine, and a score of other deckers over the last 16 years. Hold up. Alice, I have a question. Of what they said that Luffy killed Apex? They speculated as much, yes. They were wrong on that account. I do believe that Zeta Group was developing Apex as a tool for Matrix warfare. I'm also convinced that the IT personnel who were killed were the Apex development team, but I don't think that Luffy was responsible for their deaths. Apex killed them. That'd be my guess, yes. In the turmoil surrounding Luffy's buyout of Zeta Group, a number of projects went missing. I believe that Apex was appropriated by a member of Feuerschwinger's organization at that point. It was then unleashed on its own development team to silence them. Since then it has provided information control for the Firewing. A pet IE that would explain how Feuerschwinger has managed to maintain her conspiracy and avoid detection for the past 2 decades. Anytime anyone is close, the IE takes them out and scrubs the record clean. So there's your bad news, Morgengold. Claire is being held at the Harvard Manger, but knowing that does you no good because you can't approach the place. I doubt that you could open the door without Apex frying you. We did last time. They were trying to protect their secret, like Aldrin said. If we hadn't gone down in the basement, they'd let us go. Apex didn't react to us until Monica attempted to force the door to the basement. Now the cat's out of bag. They have no reason not to pull the big guns on site. You're right, we can't go back while Apex is in place. What's the plan, Morgengold? We can't turn back now. If Apex is standing between us and Claire, then we need to find a way to kill Apex. Fucking A, boss, I'm in. Did you hear that, Alice? Do you have any suggestions? The IE has a kill switch, but Alice deemed any additional contact with Apex to be an unjustifiable risk. Attempting to reach the kill switch would be inadvisable. I'll be the judge of that. Thanks to my close encounter with the IE, I was able to run a trace on it. Through this trace, I discovered the physical address of a backdoor access point of the Apex programming. And also the Group research... Fucking hell. Mit Zeta Group will ich mich echt nicht anlegen. Long since abandoned and fallen into despair, this facility is now wholly contested gang territory. I have also determined that a kill switch for the IE exists somewhere in the basement of this facility. I will provide you with physical address. I don't like the smell of this, Chief. You said that Apex let Alice escape. Alice, why would a Matrix warfare allow you to run and trace on it? I'm afraid that the answer to that question falls outside of the scope of my written parameters. You have now reached the end of the presentation. I have been encoded with a final message from Alice to Morgengold. Playback commencing. Morgengold, if you didn't listen to me before, listen to me now. Drop this. Stop going after Claire. Get out of Berlin and stay out of the Matrix. I'm telling you this for your own good. That's all I have to say. I'm following my own advice. I'm out. Don't try to contact me again. The Simulacron reverts to its idle state, slumping like a puppet with its strings cut. Its eyes glaze over and its face goes slack. Then the screen cuts to black. So the dragon has a killer IE in charge of security. Can't say I'm surprised, but then nothing surprises me anymore. We know what killed Monica. We have a name for it and we know how to kill it. That's good enough for me. We know what we have to do. We can't either stand around talking about this or we can go do it. The only way to guarantee that is to kill Firewing Morgengold. And we can't do that without Claire. They is standing between us and what we need. We want to save our own lives. We are going to have to do this, to do something about Apex. I still say that all of this is crazy talk, Chief. Taking on an IE isn't a bad idea. It's it's suicide. So my vote is to cut and run. But if you're really doing this, you want the best decker you can find along for the ride, and I guess that nominates me. Woo! Alice said that the killer switch is located in some old SK facility. Assuming that the site was shut down some time after the Apex project disappeared, it could have stood empty for years, maybe decades. She also said that the building was in gang territory now. I wonder if it'd be anything like das Kesselhaus was. God, I hope not. There's only one way to find out. Let's get prepped. This thing isn't going to kill itself. Blitz glanced at you. The worry was painted all over his face. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you better bring me along. You try going up against an AI without another hot decker at your side, and you're probably going to regret it. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Whatever's there, we'll deal with it. First, we find our way into the basement, and then we kill the AI that killed Monica. You did good out there, defending the Kreisbazaar. You've had our backs the entire way. Made good decisions. Now you need to forgive yourself. Thanks. Can't do it, but thanks. Come on, you two. We've got a job to get ready for. Oh Mann, ey. Oh wait, warum gehst du denn dahin? Glory. Hit me out of the, but for now I need some space. Warum bist du hier hingegangen? Das ist nicht dein Raum. Den Raum ist da oben. Ja, aber sie ist sonst immer im Badezimmer. Immer. Ich meine, das wäre schön. Und sie fertig ist mit sich selbst im Spiegel anstarren, aber... Das Blitz hier unten ist halt auch jetzt neu, ne? Ein Kammer mehr. Ein einzelnes Kammer mehr. Und dann kriege ich Acid Ball 3. Aber leider keinen weiteren Slot. Ja, ja, ich habe vor, mit den Leuten zu reden. The target was terrible, Naril. So much death. I had not killed since I retired from running with shadows, not until today. But you are not here to listen to my complaint. What can I go to? You name it and I will provide. The Turk is pale, his eyes sunk into his head are ringed with dark circles. We are closed today, Effendi. I would have locked the door, but the lock is broken. Now I must stand guard. During an attack on WahrlichWeird, they broke through the door, heavily armed, 2 of them. They broke through the door and just started shooting. No questions, no robbery, just shooting. Kami, my girl, my little street rat, I reached under the counter, I keep a gun there, you see, and they saw, both of them turned on me. Goldschmidt, that fat idiot Goldschmidt, flung himself in my way. How he managed to move that great mass of her body so quickly is a mystery to me. He hung there, suspended in time, and they shot him, dancing on their bullets as they ripped him apart. But he shielded me long enough, Effendi. I was able to get my gun and end those son of whores. I'll get the bastard who did this. Of course you will, my friend, of course you will. Someone has tread on the tail of a sleeping snake, and we have been bit. Now its head must be removed, or our little keys will fall. Still, it is good for us, I think, healthy. It reminds us that even though we have created our little island of stability in the Kreuzbazaar, this is still the flux state, still Berlin, and the wolf is always at the door. If we are to keep our home, we must be vigilant, and we need to people like Monika, people like you, to keep it safe. Sekalo, my friend, be healthy, be strong. Das Kami-Tod ist echt sad. Das Ding ist niedergebrochen. 12 behind the counter says nothing. She stands in silence, staring at you. You're alright? One of the attackers came in here. Did you know that? He pushed his way past Allian's rods and forced himself into this shop. He threatened us. Threatened me. Something tells me that didn't work out well for him. No, it did not. So what happened? Did you cast a spell on him or something? I lifted the veil. I showed him my true face and destroyed his mind. No, I'm not an elf. I'm merely a passenger in this body, a guest here to experience what you call life, as I have 1,000 times before. Your lack of means to perceive what I really am. You do not possess the sight. I'll say it, that is probably for the best. Your species is so very fragile after all. Something behind your understanding, a child of the astral plane, wild and free, unfettered by the bonds of servitude that chain so many of my kind. In truth, what I am should not concern you so much as what I know. Okay, tell me what you know. Truths hidden from mortal eyes. In my time as an observer of this world, I have witnessed a great many things. Wonders and terrors behind measure. The birth and death of nations, the rise and fall of gods. Und ganz ehrlich, ja, mich nervt es so ein bisschen, dass die sagen, oh, du hast nicht die Sight. Ich hab fucking Astral Perception, du lässt mich nur nicht. I was seeing the ebb and flow of magic from the 4th world to the 5th to the 6th. I've watched in awe as the tides carried wonder and miracle into the world of men, and I've mourned as they were swept back out again. Ich hab gedacht, dass Absinth einfach ein Geist ist, ja? Ja, ein Free Spirit. Das war das, was ich gedacht habe. I have borne witness as the cycle began and ended and began. Andererseits, wie heißt nochmal dieser scheiß Elf, den alle hassen? Der Trickster-Elf? Sie sagt zwar, sie ist kein Elf, aber sie könnte halt irgendwas sein aus den gleichen Zeiten, ne? Harlequin, ja, Harlequin. Nee, ich vermute schon, dass sie ein Free Spirit ist. Weil sie sagt ja selber, sie kommt von den Astral Planes und alles, was von den Astralplanen kommt, ist für mich irgendwie ein Spirit. Die Horrors sind ja auch irgendwie Spirits für mich, ne? I've borne witness as the cycle began and ended and began itself anew. I've seen what came at the end of the 4th world, thousands of years ago, when ancient terror crumbled into the sea. I saw the things that crawled into the carcass of that once great nation, wild, terrible things. Even now I can feel them. They drift on tides of mana, hungrily awaiting the end of the sixth world and the death of all that you know. I've seen what they will do to when this world has run its cursed wrath. They will rip the guts from your dying civilization and they will feast upon your screams. Who are they? Things born of nightmare, horrors. The dark spaces between the metaplanes crawl with them. She looks into your eyes. Oh wow, wir haben endlich mal wieder einen Augenkontakt. And you can feel your head swimming. Your kind feels what it can see. Corporations, dragons, violence and poverty, and the random cruelty of fate. If you could perceive reality the way I do, you would know that there are much greater things to fear. If the world were an ocean, the hazards that you know might be sharks, dangerous creatures to be sure and worthy of respect, but below them, in the silent deep, Leviathan circles. She turns away. Go now, Morgengold. Talk to Al-Jarjan. After all this has happened, I'm sure that he'll be glad to see you, but remember what I've told you. Oh. Oh, hi, du stehst in deinem Beschwörungskreis, alles okay? Solutions, youngster, I believe that the Kreuzbars are still standing thanks to you. Free trinklets. I agree, and you have filled her shoes admirable. Now tell me, how may I serve you? What can you tell me about Dante? Indeed not. Dante's part hellhound, bred to be an elite guard dog. I assume he has manifested some of his awakened abilities. Monica bought him from me some time ago. He was a special order. She thought he could guard her Amsel while she was away on business. Is he dangerous? Quite dangerous, yes, to those that that he sees as threats. Behave yourself around him and he should prove the benefit to your team. Ja, ich habe jedes Mal gepettet, wenn ich reingekommen bin. Now, is there anything else that you need to know? Hast du noch was anderes Cooles? Oh, aber so weit komme ich nicht. So weit kriege ich nicht hin. Und das kriege ich. Schade, dass es keinen stärkeren Acid-Stream gibt. Cooldown gefällt mir halt nicht, ne? Also wir nehmen das da weg. Und wir nehmen das da weg. Und wir nehmen das da weg. So. Fusion. Und hier. Flamethrower 4. Und das haben wir halt leider noch nicht ganz erreicht. Noch nicht ganz ein Karma. Ein einzelnes Karma. Targets two enemies in one action. Das ist schon nice. Ich glaube, das gefällt mir besser. Blitz. Und beide doof. Roger Super Warhawk ist, was meine Zwergenzauberin hatte. Okay, was macht der Zauber? Oh. Und dann warte, ist Samuel dead? Er steht hier nicht mehr. Und hier sind Leichen. Ah, da ist er. Wraps you in an enormous hug. You should know that you generously has saved dozens of lives. What happened? When the attackers came, we all took refuge in the Narangol Civic Center. Its strong walls and steady gate kept us all safe from harm. Had our people been on the street, they had been in our old building, which came under fire during the attack. None of them would have been alive. We owe you, Narangold, more now than ever. You may not look upon yourself as a hero, but the people of Questplaza, that is what you always will be. Also ist der Troll gestorben, der eh schon einmal gestorben war. Hey, Zack. That was crazy, meine Freundin. Bullets flying, people dropping like flies. Crazy. All Zack had to use magic on a few of them. See that puddle over there? He lazy points to a yellow-green stain on the cobblestones that gives you a slow nod. Yeah, that was one of them attacker. Their name is Goo. One of these days, meine Freundin, absolutely. But today, you're here for a reason. Man kann sie jetzt echt for you. Lügner. Dieser blöde Lügnerarsch. Er kann halt gar keine Magie, ne? Oh, ich bin ein Elf. Natürlich kann ich Magie. Blöder Wichser. Und das Spiel ist so, ja, wenn du ein Elf bist, dann kannst du sagen, nee, ich weiß, wie das läuft. Nicht alle Elfen sind magisch. Aber wenn du selber magisch bist, kannst du das nicht sagen. The fuck? Wenn du selber magisch bist, kannst du eigentlich Leute überprüfen, ob sie Magie können. Ah. Ja, und so ein paar neue Leichen, die du verkaufen kannst. No, truth be told, I was in a surgery when the attackers hit and they never disturbed my office. I spent the entire sorry event elbows deep in the abdomen of an elderly dwarf. His nephritic screen needed a tune-up. Lucky you. Lucky him, you mean. Poor old guy had the bladder capacity of a pygmy screw. Oh ja, das ist nicht viel. He was in a desperate need of my help, but on the more important things, what can Triage do for you today? Nur den hochwertigen Stuff. Once she isn't smoking, she gives you a small nut as you approach. Good people, you got to drop down. What else do you need to win? We got a Rector. He's a Regan, immigrant from the Russian Republic, genius mechanic and engineer. The guy built his own crawler from drone and he's impressive as hell at piloting it. There's Barracuda, the team's shaman and faceman. He's an elf in his mid-40s. He's got the whole silver fox thing working for him. He conducts most of our negotiations. Great card player. Hähnchen! So a decked, requisite, tough guy. Troll, huge, covered in tats and piercings. You know the type. I'm pretty sure that he and Barracuda have a thing going on, but they'll never cope to it. And then there's me. Between us, we keep our bases. Das ist ein fucking Troll, die tendenziell nicht so clever sind. Ein Decker ist schon interessant, aber dass er einfach fucking Hähnchen heißt. Oh Mann. Solid. We are all on the same page. Nobody is afraid to speak his mind. We all get how a crew of anarchists runners is supposed to work. Even Rector, who is still pretty new to the scene here in Berlin, gets tense from time to time, but it's supposed to get tense. Better that than to have to defer the leader and follow orders. We are all free and we know it. It is now. Wasn't always though. What you're looking at used to be a tattoo magic. Got it done while I was in Tokyo doing a job for the Yakuza. Yeah, it was for me too. It's meta magic thing. A way of quickening spells to a person. Binding magic into the flesh so that's almost impossible to get rid of. Anyway, long story short, I found a way to break it. Now it just looks pretty in the lamplight. Sure, I'll tell you, why not? Maybe knowing will keep you from making the same mistake. So when I went to work for the Yaks, they insisted that I let them ink me. Said I'd need them for the job. Long story short, the tattoo did boost my abilities, but they also branded me, marked me as a Yakuza property and gave them an easy way of tracking me from the astral plane. Suffice to say that I started with killing the guy who inked me and ended in a pretty dark place. The upshot is that I can't go back to Japan, ever, but at least I got my autonomy back. So the moral of the story, I guess, is to not take an employer's word at face value. It's a lesson that every Shadowrunner needs to learn sooner or later, but I had a harder time with it than most. Now, can we talk about something else, or better yet, can we shut up and have a drink or two? All of this yapping is making me thirsty. Ja, du solltest deinem Inka halt vertrauen, ne? Kann ich mit einem von euch reden? Hey, wo ist der Troll, der hier immer gearbeitet hat? Sad. Halbe Kiez ist weg. Oh, Schockwellenreiter. Nehme ich mal an, mir interessiert, seitdem ich denen die eine Info nicht gegeben habe. So, wo ist Silke? Nicht Silke, Simi. Steht Simi sonst nicht irgendwie hier? Oder so? I'm glad that I made it through the attack. Not all of mine were so lucky. I lost a niece today, but I'm doing a whole hell of a lot better than our attackers are. Those son of bitches hit the wrong keys. I put 6 of them in the ground personally, and when I find out who they are, where they lived, ain't nothing gonna save these people. But you didn't come to listen to my rage. Doch. Doch, eigentlich genau deswegen. Also war Kami vermutlich seine Nichte, schätze ich mal. Dass ich Simi nicht finden kann, nervt mich gerade ein bisschen, muss ich sagen. Ich will wissen, wie es dem Beetle geht. Los. Aber es ist cool, dass das Spiel sagt, ey, hey, hier, ne, wenn du nicht das ganze Geld gespendet hättest, wären die alle gestorben. Ich weiß nicht, ob das wirklich stimmt. Aber dass er dich halt einfach in so eine Bärenumarmung holt, weil du die alle gerettet hast, ist schon ganz nice. Naja. Let's go and get the Apex Glory. Oh, Tante! Your dog, will you like it or not? Tante kann ich nicht. Items? Perfect Plastic. Bedtime treat. A dog is addictive and comic damages reduced by 2 on quickness. Okay. Weil ich habe halt jetzt schon eigentlich zu wenig Platz. Ne? Dass Dante tatsächlich als Person zählt, ist schade. Ist very, very schade. Apex, an artificial intelligence designed for matrix warfare. The thought of it sends a chill down your spine. For years, the shadows have been ripe with rumors of true AI. Names like Mirage and Psychotrope have fueled conspiracy reports on Shadowrun BBS since 2019. 29. So, mein Gott, mein Gehirn. Not savvy Shadowrunners dismiss these stories as bunk. But from what Alice has told you, at least one of the stories is real. Apex is waiting for you, somewhere down in the basement of an abandoned Zeta Crop lab. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wade through a lot of gang territory to get there. Hey, ich bin mit einem Gangleader befreundet. Kriegen wir vielleicht zumindest halbwegs Safe Passage? Wir gehen. Nein. On which August wrecked combat fatigue steps forward to meet you. He walks with the swollen bravado of a man who's used to getting what he wants. One of his meaty arms jerks up, hand held right up in the universal sign for stop. The other clutches a bulky assault rifle. Vogue inspects you. His body language is decidedly unfriendly. You don't look like a magnifica. You're not one of us, and I'm guessing you ain't here for the hub either. So tell me, who are you and what's your interest in this building? Oh, it's important you say. Intelligence 2 years of music. He makes a sweeping gesture in the direction of a building behind him. The other sorted thoughts. Well, by all means, go in then. This building's under Arbeiter protection. We can't just let you waltz in and shoot up the place. Yeah, well, I can't exactly take it at face value. Look, I'd be better for everyone if you just turn back. We don't want to fight you, but we can't risk an unknown player into this situation right now. Well, that puts a different spin on things. You look like you can handle yourself. We could probably use you if you're willing to help. There even be some money in for you, but if not, well, that's a different reputation. We're having some trouble with a local mage gang, the Magnificas. They attacked us without warning, took up in our building and kicked us onto the street. Me and my boys, we are the rightful protectors of this block, but the assholes that screwed us, we've got the building buttoned up pretty tight. We can't get in there to make things right, but maybe you can. If you could enter the building and do some damage to those drag-eating maneuvers, the Arbeiters would be willing to pay you. 200 million per kill. You bring me back with their amulets and you get paid. How does that sound? Gang of parasites. They think their magical talents make them better than everyone else. Because of that, they feel entitled to take whatever they want. Up until recently, they've been content with pulling pranks and stealing purses, childish trick, but they were basically harmless. Then their new leader took over, calls himself Trifthemos, but I remember when he was just a skinny little prick named Uri. I should have kept a better eye on him, I guess. I should have stumped him flat when he started putting on airs. Would have saved everyone a heap of trouble. Tritimus took over the Magnificas, militarized them and convinced them that they could take us. And thank of the element of surprise, they actually managed to do it. Any day now, we're gonna show him exactly how bad of an idea that was. I think I'll start by breaking his necks. For over 3 years, we protected this place. We held it for people to do as they pleased, kept it safe from parasite exploiters. Everything was cool until those Jacksaw Magnificus sucker punched us. No negotiation, no warning. They just turned on us out of the blue, but a couple dozen sprints down on our heads. I didn't even know that we were under attack until the water in my bathtub snaked up and tried to drown me. Most of us got out alive, but we've been stuck here ever since. Just give us some time, though. We'll take the building back. We'll starve them out if we have to. And when we do, those Ronnie bastards are gonna pay. I'm Ulrich, leader of the Berlin chapter of Arbeiters. We are Polyclub. Small but growing. We serve the people of working class. Protect them from the parasite that would exploit them. You're not a fan of F-State then. Anarchy is not the solution to the people's problems. Do what thou wilt is a policy that rewards only the powerful. the working class gets trampled. A strong people-centered communist movement is the only way to protect the interests of the common man. Give us a few years and that's exactly what you're gonna be. You probably see some burnouts floating around the ground floor. They're all there for the hub. It's like some kind of church or something. Guy called Parson runs it. Between you and me, they're all batshit crazy. Not dangerous, just nuts. I keep it around at all then. Because a lot of them are rich. They pay a dragload in rent and we distributed that wealth to the common man. Do you see a tire on my neck, pal? Do I look like a corporate stooge to you? We are friends with people and we are the people. Don't you dare to question it. Basement? What could you possibly want to go down there for? I need to stop a killer eye so that I can rescue the elders he cited for a ghost dragon. The future of Berlin could be at stake. You're right. I don't believe you. You're either lying or you're crazy. But crazy has its uses. Alright, I'll get you into that basement, but it will cost you. Yeah, of course it will. Another bush league exorcist trying to milk us for cash. You've got the wrong idea. I don't need Nguyen, my friend. What I need is to turn his head on a fucking platter. Problem is he holed up somewhere in the building and we don't know where. Best guess he's hiding somewhere upstairs in a room with no exterior windows. Somewhere, probably someplace close. He stashed the power coupling for the elevator. He pulled it to keep it from us. To keep us from getting access to the guns we stashed in the basement. So you find and kill 3 Themos. Grab the coupling out of apartment and bring me that stupid amulet he's always wearing so I'll know he's dead. Then I'll give you a control chip that pulled when we had the fallback. Slot them both back into the elevator and I'll take you straight to the basement. Like I said, we had a bunch of weapons stashed in the basement before Victor showed up to take care of units and let you pick your army, whatever piece of hardware you want. Wounded mage coming right up. Hey, Parson. Hello? Attend behind the counters and calmly find featured brav with a beatific smile. A yellow ID tag pinned on the chest announces name in large blocky letters. Parson. Welcome to the hub, sister. Are you here to share the plan of communion? If so, I want to show you an empty normal. What do you do here? I'm custodian of a hub. I tend to the bodies of our brothers and sisters while they share the rapture of communion. I might be interested. Tell me more. Communion is a spiritual experience, friend, available for to all for a small donation. The hub acts for the core of the communion. Those who jack into it are in turn linked to one another, daisy-chained together at the brainy stem. Race, gender, social class, all of the official barriers and to empathy that we've constructed as a culture. Communion strips them all away. It's a movement to the great truth that so many of us deny, that we are all the same at the core. Imagine, friend, dozens of individual minds all tied together into a single, cohesive whole, sharing in a collective subconscious connected through the hub. Join with us and feel your limited safari. Sure, I'm gay. Where do I jack in? If you discuss... Sorry, my friend misspoke. We can't do this right now. Are you crazy, boss? You can't plug your head into that thing. Don't you remember what happened to Monica and Winters? The hub is currently closed for routine maintenance. Please come back later again. Parson, are you okay? Oh yes, hello. The hub is currently off limits. I must have slipped my mind. I'm so sorry that I didn't mention it later. Is there anything else I can do for you? We do seem to have more than our fair share. Very well, I will answer your questions. While you remain in the hub, you have nothing to fear. We pay well for the use of this place, and neither gang would risk driving us away and the rest of the building. If you choose to go exploring, I can't guarantee your safety. What can you tell me about the Arbeiters? A pack of snarling animals dressed up as a pony club. I'd steer clear of them if I were you. Their ideology is loosely based on a neo-communist movement from the past. In truth, I think they just copied a few pages from an old Red Army faction handbill without ever bothering to learn what they meant. For all their rhetoric, the Arbeiters are just another street gang. They shout for the sake of shouting. There is no real conviction here. If you come from the outside, you've probably bumped into their leader, a huge orc who calls himself Ulrich. He can seem reasonable, but I'd give him a wide berth. One more note, if I were you, I'd avoid being seen with the Magnificus. The Arbeiters take shots at members of the mage gang whenever they see them. If you're not careful, you could find yourself caught in the crossfire. Und erzähl mir mal mehr über die Mages. Power-drunk fools, a lot of them. The Arbeiters were bad enough, but the Magnificus are even worse. The Arbeiters' interests were limited to theft and violence in the name of their cause. The Magnificus, they have power and they seem to relish in abusing it. Now that they have claimed the upper levels of the building, it isn't safe to travel behind the ground floor. Several members of our congregations have been mauled to death by the Magnificus pet spirits. Now we travel only in groups. You're safe down here, though? Yes, to him is needs the hub. To threaten his congregation would be jeopardize his primary source of income. But the upper floors enjoys no such protection. They have become dangerous places to travel. Mifto, stop it! Hidden away from the outside world. I wouldn't advise going after him, but if your mind is made up, I suppose that I can't change it. Yes, I can tell you how to find him, but I will need something from you in return. Tell us what you need. A pair of squatters on the second floor ripped the guts out of one of my terminals. They have taken the data jack signal converter, and the terminal will be out of commission until I get it back. A single damaged terminal may not sound like much, but trust me, the entire experience of communion has been diminished by this act of vandalism. I believe that I know the squatters responsible. Their leader's name is Janet. She's a decker of some skill. I don't know what she's planned for my parts, but I do know that this situation will not stand. I cannot allow another terminal to be damaged. But with no violence. I want you to talk with them and convince them to bring me back my components. Do this and I'll tell you how to get to join this deal. I need to go down to a basement. The stairway leading down the building's uplevels has been blocked and the elevator has been sabotaged. It stopped working at the same time the arbiters were driven from the building. As you discussed, if you recover my stolen property, I will tell you how to find your demons. Otherwise, you could try your luck with Ulrich out in front, but I wouldn't recommend it. There flows above us, of course, but you're unlikely to find anything of value up there. Just the domiciles of the faithful and the Magnificus who've taken charge of the building. Would still clear of them if I were you. Ich habe tatsächlich, wollte ich wissen, wo der Datajack zum Einjacken ist. In der Hoffnung, das eventuell kaputt zu machen. Die wirken alle nicht so gesund, ehrlich gesagt. Pars. Hey. It's a heavy and his eyes are bloodshot. Welcome to Carl's General Store. What can I do for you? Alright, what do you want to know? What's the layout of a place like this? Well, you're on the first floor. That's the hub and my shop. Then the second floor has mostly been converted into makeshift apartments for people to live in. A gang squads up there. When if there's dangerous people, I'd stay away from them. The third floor is mostly housing too. Lots of Parsons community crazies live up there. Magnificus have a squad up there too. I'm pretty sure their main crib is up there too. Don't know exactly where. They don't care about much aside from their own magic. Whole world's one big magical pissing contest to them. Always trying to summon bigger and better spirits. Dangerous stuff, man. Must be tough having to live down here with all that going on over your head. It ain't easy. They charge less in protection than the Arbeiters did, but they don't care about keeping anything even approaching order. They just hit out in their clubhouse, get high, and summon spirits that terrorize and kill people up on the third floor. Poor bastards. Bunch of tough guys. They took a big cut on my sales and protection money, all in the name of the working class. Funny, last time I checked, I was one of the working class. In fact, I'm the only one who's working in this whole damn building. But at least they kept from some form of law. Mugging and assaults were rare, and they didn't let murderous spirits run loose on the upper floor. So you know, you take the good with the bad. Okay. Armer Kerl. Looks like both walls gave away and they took roof with them, and the entire halfway is blocking with the debris. Okay. Free Spirit, Free Spirit, Free Spirit. Und ein Free Spirit, der confused ist. Alright, Blitz. Wir gehen wieder zurück. Ich habe gedacht, hier wäre vielleicht irgendwas, aber ist es nicht. Gott, habe ich mich gerade erschrocken. Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott. Hoppala. Das war so nicht geplant. Errungenschaft freigeschaltet, shoot straight. Komm schon. So. So. Tschum. Wait. Wenn wir schon hier oben sind, dann will ich das auch pocketen. Und Dorem. Ich habe zum Glück noch einen Schluck drin. So. Soll ich für dich ein Everybody Hydrate Redeem machen, Dorem? Okay, also das ist wirklich einfach nur ein leerer Raum. A high-pitched, creaky voice shrieks out from him. Go away! I won't let you let any spirits in here. You can't hurt me behind my door. No, you can't. If I were a spirit, would they be using the intercom? I guess I've never heard of a spirit using an intercom before. That's a really good point. Are you here to save here? Alright, I'm going to let you in, but be cool, okay? I mean that, not funny stuff. I can't believe that worked. Ich weiß nicht mal, wer das ist. The man waiting on the other side of the door is wide-eyed and bedraggled. He looks as though he hasn't eaten in weeks. There's almost no flesh on his bones. His beard is long and tangled and his jacket is smeared with grease. He nearly jumps out of his own skin at the sight of you. Who are you? Are you part of a communion? Have you come to take me back? Please, no, I don't want to go back. Empty? Yes, empty. All is empty without communion. But safe, you say? It's safe? It's safe! I can return to communion? I must go. Yes, communion awaits. Okay. Have fun. Under the dresser and scrap paper with shark take scribbled on it. Okay. Send this to your stash. Gott kann man nie blastern. Buddy. Buddy, glaubst du wirklich, dass das eine gute Idee war, Buddy? Das ist eine fucking 73%ige Chance. Und trotzdem misst du. Zweimal hintereinander. Hab ich was... Nee, ich habe nichts, was nur eine Runde gilt. Ich denke, normaler reicht. Da will ich hin. Magnifier Conjurer, Healer, Mage. Max, liebe Drohne, geh mal hier hin. Und dann... Okay, mal sehen. Also erstmal ein Heal. War das wirklich so klug, direkt neben Glory hinzurennen? Bitte. Ein Force 5 Nature Elemental. Aber wir können es leider nicht benutzen. Wir können es auch leider nicht einfach einem Teammate geben. Das wäre nämlich zu schön. Ein Spellbook. Oh. Schauen wir uns jetzt erstmal im Flur allgemein um. Dandelion Eater. Was habt ihr gegen Elfen, ha? Okay, Türen, Türen, Türen. Da ist ein Mage. Franz, hallo. A group of meta-humans huddles together, their eyes wide with terror. Many of them have scrapes and bruises, and a few of them are more serious injuries. Their clothes are tattered and stained. Based between you and the main group. His hair is grey, badly matted and purple. Who are you, may I ask, and what are you doing here? My name is Franz. These are my friends and my wife. We live together. Well, we used to live together up on the 3rd floor. Yes, until about a week ago, the Mimico's pest moved in and we had to run for our lives. Spirits, you mean? He nods, a look of pure misery on his face. They're always summoning the damned things, but last week they lost control of a handful. Before we knew what was happening, they were running wild in our living room. We tried to protect ourselves, but we were no match for them. We had no choice but to leave everything behind. We've been scraping by down here ever since. At least Janet is letting us use her Matrix uplink. We can still afford to feed ourselves thanks to her. They what? If you take care of those rook to it, if you clear the path for us to return, I'll give you the password. You need to speak with Janet. There aren't many people that put themselves in danger of a bunch of strangers happy to be of help. Oh, wir haben 3 Karma gekriegt. Fehlt uns noch 2 Karma und dann... dann haben wir genug. Verstehe, die haben sich da verbarrikadiert, richtig, okay. Oken, Dude. Das sieht wie ein super fancy Hundebett aus. Community must flourish, the community must grow. We are one, the communion join us and all we be one together. Us. Klingt nach typischen Kult-Stuff, ne? So ein bisschen. Filthy Drawers. Lecker. Ah, 30 Yen. The communion speaks and we listen. Give yourself willing and join us and be rewarded. That is so stash. Confirm. Oh Gott, Target Practice. Was willst du, Minion? Oh, das hat wehgetan. Kommt nicht nah genug ran, um was anderes zu machen, als zu schießen gerade. Aber das ist ja besser als nichts. Dann sind da Leylines. Noch woanders Leylines? Nee, ne? Okay, Blitze. Wait, du hast ja noch einen Heal frei, ja. Sehr gut. Hi, Hutmacher, na du, wie geht's? Ach, Confusion ist schon ein netter Zauber. Confusion ist schon ein wirklich netter Zauber. Wir haben keinen Verletzten. Ja, aber gut, Powerbolt. Das haben wir schon. Send this to your stash. Glue. A middle-aged woman with chocolate-colored skin and shoulder-length dreadlock looks up from a PDA with a start. She's decked out in form-fit body armor, and in her flash her assault rifle goes from slung to held at the ready. Who the hell are you, and how did you get the password? Cut the shit and start talking. What do you want, and why are you here? Yeah, well, go look around outside. Oh, the release, stay out of my hair. I've got things to do. The hacker's terminal was clearly being cobbled together using whatever parts they could find. In spite of this, it's a remarkably impressive piece of machinery. Studying the terminal, it takes almost no time to identify the components that Parsons sent you to find. At the moment, it is impossible to remove a part without disabling the terminal. The converter is required so that the signal terminator sends being paid by objective of its user. The converter is a pretty specialized piece of hardware, but a data jack impulse transmitter is a widely available piece of equipment and could be converted to work its place. No way, those parts are keeping us online, and not just us, but everyone worth union in this whole. Passing can keep running is ridiculously cool just fine with what he's got, but us, we're the only Matrix connection that these people have. Alright, the terminal's in the back room, go ahead and take a look. But if you try to reverse off, you're gonna regret it. Ja, haben wir gemacht. So, okay. We can fix the part, cobble you a new one actually, but you'll need an impulse transmitter. You could do that, just jury run for us, that'd be amazing. I bet you could get one from Carl down the ground floor. No one else around here would have anything like that. Well, except for Parson, of course. He's got more replacement parts than he knows what to do with. Doo-doo. Dann gehen wir mal wieder ganz nach unten. Schade, ich hätte gehofft, wir können es von ihm kriegen. Oh, das ist ein Frame Picture? Was für ein Picture hast du denn da framed, Karl? Bloody foot of Janet, probably taken seriously with the cheap PDA camera. It hangs in a Gaudi Fox Plus frame. Aww. You're back, why? I'm looking for a data jack impulse transmitter. I've got what you need. 1000 Nuya, no less. Alright, here you go. All yours, pleasure doing business. Auch voll freundlich, ne? Ladenbesitzer. Warum bist du zurück? Got right here. Right away. A transistor is modified instead. You now have a converter and the terminal is still working. Cool, cool. Kriege ich Karma? Gib mir einen Punkt Karma, los. I fixed up everyone wins. I got your terminal and I've got my parts. Thank you. I'm glad you cut without any bloodshed. There's been enough on that around here recently. Yeah, sure looks that way. Ich habe genug Karma. Wish, wish, wish. Wish. Confirm. Aber ich kann es hier nicht dequippen. Ich muss irgendwo hin. Und ein Item kaufen, glaube ich. Ey, lass mich mal was kaufen, damit ich meine Zauber umrüsten kann. Was ist das Billigste, was du hast? Expert Drone Repair Kit. So. Nope. Oh wait, habe ich den nicht gekauft? Den Zauber? Doch, da. Warum kann ich ihn nicht... Ach, ist der das hier? I see. Immerhin, das hier habe ich gefunden. Muskelzauberer. Den habe ich gefunden, den habe ich nicht gekauft. Und alles andere sind einfach Zauber. Die. Ja, aber die Sache ist halt die, es ist nicht... Ach, egal. Ich meine, ich bin eh fast durch. Nö. Let me see if you please. Yes, these are parts I need. Thank you, friend. I trust that there was no trouble, that you were able to attain them without bloodshed. Of course, we never spill blood when we don't have to. Oh, that's wonderful news. Truly, truly wonderful. Now I have my end on the deal to uphold. If you're still hellbent on meeting with Chief Themius, take the stairs up to the third floor. You'll find an abandoned apartment at the end of the hall. Look at the stylist M painted on the wall. It looks like two crude lightning bolts facing one another. That's Trifon's personal sigil. There's an old bookcase in the very back of the apartment. Under the second shelf of the bottom, you'll find a button that opens the door to Trifon's hideout. Because that abandoned apartment was once mine. In the days before I discovered the piece of communion, there was very different man. I need such translation. Okay. How are you doing, Franz? He said toward you with open arms, a huge smile plastered across his grubby face. Hello again, my friend. I can't thank you enough for helping us return home. The Spritz did quite a number on this place, but that doesn't matter. Thanks to you, we're back and we'll have it ship-shaped again in no time. I just did what a decent person would do. Well, thank you again. And now, if you'll forgive me, I must go back to helping with cleanup. Sure. Können wir mit anderen auch reden? Mit der Gruppe? Oder nur mit Franz? Nur mit Franz. Kein anderer kriegt Text. Okay. Gut. Was soll's. Ob das M sein soll? Wahrscheinlich. Es sieht halt aus wie 2 Blitze. Es ist nicht sehr emmig, muss ich sagen. Aber... Yo, hi. A rail fin elf wearing a comical ornate wizard robe stands in the center of the room. When he speaks, his voice wavers and cracks. So, you're the one who's been turning my home upside down. I assume that you came to search of my head in Ulf's behest. I would warn you, stranger, he cannot be trusted. Are you perceptive? Yes, I do intend to make you a contract proposal, and you'd be wise to listen to it. Ulrich may have a use for you now, but as soon as this no longer holds, he will kill you. I would offer you an alternative. What is it that he has offered you for your assistance? I'm sure we can reach an equally beneficial arrangement. Well then, our proposals run parallel. To reach the basement, you must use the elevator. The stairs will not be reached. There is no other way. When we took over from the Arbeiters, I removed power coupling from the elevator controls. Had to keep Ulrich out of his primary armory. In exchange, Ulrich removed the elevator control chip. A petty move, presumably to prevent us from accessing the same armory after he retreated. If you agree to kill him, I'll give you the part that I removed. Then all you have to do is take the shop off Ulrich's thinking corpse. Trust me, that's the only way you will ever lay hands on it. Once your usefulness out of him has run its course, he will devote all of his strength to crushing you. To show you how serious I am, I will offer you a further boon for dealing with Ulrich as he deserves. A magical item of great and inscrutable power. With it you may call a powerful spirit to your side. To defend you and crush your enemies. Do my bidding and this will be yours for taking. I have no intention of betraying you, but watch your tongue, stranger. I don't take well to threats. Go now. Alter! Ich will sie alle töten. Weißt du, ich bin da hingekommen, gib dir eine Chance zu überleben und sag dir nur, Junge, pass auf, wenn du mich betrügst, kill ich dich. Und ey, gib mir keine Threats. Junge, pass mal auf, ich mach dich platt in 5 Runden. 5 Runden bist du tot. 10 Sekunden sind das. Nein, es sind 15 Sekunden. Shadowrun ist eine Runde, 3 Sekunden. Trotzdem. Nur gib mir erstmal die Kohle. Phys-Ed, okay. Wir haben ja also ein... geht. Dietrich, Mist, Lori ist da nicht drin. Das gehen wir schon hin. Lori kriegt einfach direkt... ...100 HP, ha? Ja, wir wäschen so oder so nicht 2 von denen, aber... Au, 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 mein Arsch. Au. Ah. Huh. noch ein Hai dreht, also wirklich. Gute Nacht, CP. Schlaf gut, träum was Schönes. Man hört sie laufen. Really? Well, this was welcome news and that. We have my fang stranger. Oh ja, nice. Fast perfekt am Stehen. Dietrich, kommst du? Gut. Und Mama. Und dann kommst du. Gehst hier hin. Dietrich braucht am meisten Schutz gerade. Glory. Spirit rechts hinten. Ah, da. Ah, der ist ja jetzt fast schon so schon tot. So. Hi, Siratu, wie geht's?
Oh, das ist aber besonders hässliches Vieh. Wo ist der letzte Überlebende? Ah, dann. Ja, auf die Lane einzugehen war jetzt nicht hilfreich. Ah, du bist doch nicht der Letzte. Dann kriegst du noch das. Du bist sogar ein Healer. Hast deinen Job nicht sehr gut gemacht, Healer. Das habe ich getan und ich habe trotzdem kein Dings gekriegt, weil ich das getan habe, bevor ich die Leute gefunden habe. Das ist voll mies. Uh. Flamethrower 3. Ja, gut. Und Acid Stream 2. Ja. Ist Rias Grammary einfach nur ein Dämon? Ein weiblicher? Ich glaube, wir hatten das Gespräch schon mal, Zero. Das finde ich halt wirklich blöd, ne? Dass er mir da kein Dings gegeben hat. Ja. Das ist ungefähr so sinnig, als zu sagen, oh, du erinnerst mich an einen Menschen. Ja. Okay, der funktioniert nicht. Dann gehen wir eine Etage höher und probieren's. Ja, das ist es nämlich. Ich habe genauso viel Ähnlichkeit mit Rias wie Random Mensch mit Random Mensch hat. 2 Beine potenziell, 2 Arme potenziell, ein Kopf potenziell. Und das war's. War hier nicht irgendwo auch der Elevator oder war der echt nur ganz oben? Ich glaube, Eren putzt auch immer, oder? War das nicht einer von den Attack on Titan Leuten, rennt jedenfalls auf Cons zu 50% in einem Putzoutfit rum? Und da Drogan die ganze Zeit sein Glas putzt, ist es zumindest eine Eigenschaft, die sich nähert, aber finde ich halt auch total bescheuert. Hat Eren nicht sogar dunkle Augen? Und Drogan blaue? Also Drogan hat echt geil blaue Augen. Das ist so... Leute, nicht jeder, der blond ist, ist Pamela Anderson. Das hat halt ungefähr die gleiche Tiefe. So. Alan hat einen Man-Bun. Also die Cosplays, die ich von ihm sehe, haben einfach nur normale Haare. Keine Man-Bun-Frisur. Oh stimmt, da war ich noch gar nicht mit der Derone drin und da kann ich jetzt auch gar nicht mehr rein. Schade. Wo ist das scheiß fucking... Ich bin so verwirrt. Hätte ich nicht beide töten dürfen? Ich hab doch die Items. My letter has been sabotaged. It stopped working at the same time I was fast-running from the building. As I told you, take the stairs up to the 3rd floor. You find an abandoned apartment. Looks stylish and M. There is an old bookcase. Hideout. Ja, weich. Was ist das Problem? Was hat... The fuck ist mit der Mission los? Guck, irgendwas ist in der Mission nicht in Ordnung. Weil er glaubt, ich habe noch nicht alle Sachen. Irgendwas ist broken. Ich glaube, ich muss die Mission nochmal machen. Wir speichern das mal in einer anderen. Und dann starten wir die Mission neu. Brauche ich mehr Money? Ja, ich habe beide gekillt. Muskelzauberer. Aber der hat auch nicht registriert, dass ich Parson sein Teil zurückgegeben habe. Der hat auch nicht registriert, dass ich die Geister oben getötet habe. Obwohl die Leute wieder da waren. Also da war irgendwas kaputt an der Mission selbst. Die Mission kam nicht drauf klar, dass ich eine andere Reihenfolge von Etagen gemacht habe, als du normalerweise machst. Holen wir uns Geld von ihm oder nicht? My kill is already full up for the day. As long as you stay cool, we can settle this peacefully. Good call. You look like you can handle yourself. That's a different situation. They attacked us without warning. Ja. Okay, Shogunas, bis nachher. Ja, Muskelzauberer, ich habe gerade lang und breit erklärt, dass ich beide getötet hatte und von beiden die Items hatte. Und es war trotzdem scheißegal. Irgendwas an der Mission war kaputt. Passiert manchmal. Ich habe alles eingesammelt. Ich war in jedem Raum, der da war. Weil das Teil von ihm, von dem Mage, ist ja nicht mal an seinem Body. Der hat das ja hinten versteckt. Wir ignorieren diesmal den Elevator. Weil beim allerersten Mal hatte ich Sachen zum Agieren, aber seitdem nicht mehr. Und jetzt gehen wir ganz brav zuerst in die zweite Etage, damit das Game nicht jammert. Kann ich auch hier lang gehen und mit den Leuten reden? Wahrscheinlich nicht, ne? Ja. Over by the stairs. Janet, you mean? Of course we know her. She and her bit heads control over only Matrix hook up in this dump. Thankfully she allows us to use her uplink. It's only by her generosity that we've been able to provide by for ourselves at all. Maybe detach is a better word. I've seen all kinds of people jack into the hub, but only one type comes back out. Quiet, subdued, disinterested in anything other than their beloved communion. I don't know what happens to them there, but they're somehow less, I don't know, less alive when they come back out. It makes my skin crawl. Yeah, I do. If you help us, I'll tell you. So. Zweimal. Dreimal sogar. Bekommen. Mal gucken, ob er darauf hört, wenn ich's wegtue. Hallo Lars. Hier war, glaube ich, noch irgendwo. Ah, irgendwo ist noch ein drittes. Wo ist das dritte? Hier? Dann kriege ich nur 2 dieses Mal. Okay, whatever. Oh, beide Mist. Sad, sad. nur ihn getroffen. Sad. Hallo Astrid. Na du, wie geht's? Daddy Magier ist zumindest nicht hier sitzend. Ah, oh mein Arsch. Irgendwann kaufe ich einen besseren Stuhl. Bis noch eine Runde lang confused. Random Fun Fact of the Day. Lass mich mal gucken, was dein Fun Fact of the Day ist. Auch wenn du jetzt im Lurk bist. Ah, der Kater hat sie alle durcheinander geworfen. Ah. In Äthiopiens Bodhi-Stamm werden die Männer mit den größten Bäuchen am beliebtesten sein. Und der mit dem allerdicksten Bauch wird sein Leben lang als Held gefeiert. Ja, also merkt euch, Männer. Dicke Bäuche? Gibt es auch Leute, die das mögen? Man muss mal kurz meine Karten hier so ein bisschen sortieren. So. Eigentlich hier durch. Und du. Dietrich. Dietrich, dein Ernst. Okay, der Geist ist definitiv gegen seinen Beschwörer. Braver Geist. Und dann haben wir noch den, um den wir uns kümmern müssen. Hm. Ah, hi Kian, hi Black Bean. Black Bean, danke schön für dein Geschenk, es ist angekommen. Aber ja, ich war gerade sehr fokussiert auf den Kampf. Wie geht's euch? How are you, Ki? So, jetzt haben wir nämlich das hier zumindest geschafft, was er mir vorher die ganze Zeit nicht gegeben hatte.
Hier 57.
Ja, aber ich werde deinen tatsächlichen Namen einfach wieder vergessen, so wie ich das mit allen mache. Außer bei denen, die explizit sagen, hey, nenn mich X. Aber dann muss das ja nicht mal deren richtiger Name sein. So. No, 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 please don't eat me. I'll do whatever you want. You're a great deal of fumbling on the other side of the finally you lock on ledges with a click. I can't believe that worked. Armer Kerl. You don't look like any spirit I've ever seen, but you've said that you were a spirit, you must be a spirit. They're everywhere now, all over places here as all spirits. It's not safe, can't reach communion, can't hear communion, it's not safe. Oh, what's that smell? Smell does not matter, without communion nothing matters. I must rejoin, I must, help me rejoin, help me to hear it again. Eat and hydrate habe ich bekommen. Mal sehen, ich habe heute nur Süßigkeiten gegessen. Das ist ein bisschen schlecht. Vielleicht sollte ich was Vernünftiges essen. Aber die Katzen sind gerade so ruhig. Wenn ich jetzt aufstehe und rumlaufe, dann sind sie gleich nicht mehr ruhig. Mal schauen, vielleicht hat der kleine Magier ja einen Plan wegen Essen. Nom 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 nom. Aber Hydrate muss auf jeden Fall schon mal jeder. Weil mein Trinken alle ist. Lies, deceit, you seek to deprive us, to rule us, but you cannot, you will not separate us from communion. It has warned, the communion told us that the death would try to and take us. We must resist. A knitting needle? You will not listen, so I will put out your ears. Now hold still. Im Ernst? Im Ernst? Ah. Ja, danke für die Bitzis. Habe ich vergessen, danke zu sagen. Mein Gehirn ist nicht ganz fit heute. Und das, obwohl ich eigentlich fast 8 Stunden geschlafen habe. Fun Fact für Dorem. (1974) musste der kleine Timothy nach Trick-or-Treating zum Badezimmer laufen und sich ganz häufig übergeben. Und auf dem Weg ins Krankenhaus ist er dann gestorben, weil die Süßigkeiten mit Cyanid versetzt waren. Warum? Weil der Vater, Ronald Clark O'Brien, ihn für die Lebensversicherung getötet hat. Also gibst du deinem kleinen 5-jährigen Sohn einfach mal
fucking Cyanid. I've got something small to eat. And I've got something to drink. Und Astrid sagt, ich hoffe, der Tag war schön, wie geht's? Und wow, und ganz viel Schrei. Aber es ist Lurky. Ich weiß nicht, ob Astrid das mitkriegt. Astrid ist in Lurky gegangen, aber hat vorher geschrieben.
Ja, vielleicht hört sie es, ja. Hallo Astrid. Und machst du diesmal was anderes oder wirst du doch mal gleich?
Ich wollte ihn eigentlich überreden, dass er nicht sofort zurückrennt und jetzt ist er den Kultisten hier.
Jetzt ist er.
Und jetzt ist er, nein, ich werde dich mit meiner Stricknadel, werde ich dir die Ohren ausstechen. Und ist so, deine fucking Ernst. Ich meine, ich könnte jetzt einfach die ganze Zeit den Kampf da lassen, weil, ganz ehrlich, meine Runner rennen den einfach raus.
Willst du meine Theorie wissen zu den Kommunionisten-Leuten?
Die sind alle von der AI übernommen worden.
Mhm.
Natürlich.
Naja, die Sache ist, das ist halt vor der Ding, ne? Das ist vor Nanomaschinen, also in 20...
Nee, nicht übernommen unbedingt im Sinne von, dass die...
Aber im Kern
Also
beten die
Parson ist definitiv mehr übernommen.
Ja.
Guck mal, da ist der ist Astrid. Aber die sind einfach nur in der Gehirnwäsche unterzogen worden. Das reicht ja schon.
Ja, also was ich jetzt sagen will, ist, es ist halt nicht wie in 2072, wo KIs halt wirklich Leute umprogrammieren können. Also einfach dein Hirn umschreiben und dann hat die KI einen Fleischkörper.
Nee, das ist einfach nur ganz legitimer, normaler Kultistenscheiß.
Ja, genau.
Ist ja nicht so, als ob wir nicht irgendwie schon den 5. Kult ausräumen oder so.
Ja. Und wegen den Magiern oben, ja, also, du hast ja gesehen, dass der Spirit, den die beschwören, dass der super weird ausschaut.
Den sie beschwören, das ist einfach ein Blutspirit.
Nee, ist glaube ich kein Blutspirit.
Doch, es ist ein toxischer Blutspirit. Also nicht ein normaler Blutspirit, aber so diese. Also ich habe auch schon so ähnliche beschworen, das ist einfach nur eine höhere Stufe davon.
Nee, du meinst die mit den Stachelschultern? Das sind einfach nur Infernos. Nee, ich meine den Vierbeinigen.
Ja, ich meine auch den Vierbeinigen mit dem komischen Entenschnabel.
Okay.
Aber nur ein höheres Level.
Vielleicht ist es ein Beast Spirit.
Es ist auf jeden Fall, kommt er halt aus den Toten. Ich habe auch schon solche beschworen. Beim weniger hohen Level. An Orten von Leid.
Na gut.
Und Tod. Und da war ein bisschen höheres Level.
Na gut. Ich frage mich auch, ob man, wenn man im Kampf, ich weiß nicht, ob man in dem Kampf, weil das Spellbook leuchtet ja auch so, wenn man das nimmt, also bevor man es nimmt. Ich weiß nicht, ob man aus dem Spellbook auch irgendwas beschwören kann. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob man in den Raum hinten reinkommt während dem Kampf.
Ich glaube ne.
Ja. Tschüss, Astrid!
Oh, komm mal wieder her, Magier. Du hast eine Bitte für einen Sound bekommen. Von Astrid.
Das ist ein bisschen krieg.
Und kannst ja die männliche Version machen. Ja, bye.
Hara.
Ja, ist gar nicht schlecht. Pass auf, Astrid, du musst einfach nur den Magier bestechen, dass er bereit ist, sich von mir den 2 Stunden How to Ara Voice-Dings anzuschauen, den ich habe, der mir nicht so viel geholfen hat, wie ich das gern hätte. Es geht man nicht bedacht, dass man das sieht. Mm. Erstmal als Klippen ausdrücken und dann an die Wand hängen. Ich weiß nicht, ob der Magier das machen möchte, ne? Weil der Magier ist ja... Also, dass er überhaupt angefangen hat zu streamen, ist ja schon total, böse gesagt, out of character. Ne? Also, sehr untypisch für ihn. Weil er eigentlich eine sehr, sehr private Person ist. Gucken, ob wir gehen können. Außerdem möchte ich tatsächlich sehr viel weniger Subs bei meinem Geburtstagsding, sondern mehr Spenden, in Anführungszeichen, also Trinkgeld, weil mach mal Haste auf dich, damit du ein bisschen weiter laufen kannst. Weil Twitch ja die Preise nochmal runtergedrückt hat, die du bekommst als Streamer. Ja, ich glaube tatsächlich, wir können nicht rausgehen, weil wir jetzt einen Kampf haben. Obwohl der Typ halt einfach... Also, den könnten wir K.O. schlagen, hätten wir Sachen zum K.O. schlagen. Aber das Game hat halt nichts zum K.O. schlagen. Dann müssen wir den armen Typen töten. So. Dann gehen wir zum Second Floor. Franz, hi. About the spirits. The spirits is safe now. 3 Karma, dankeschön. 2 brauche ich noch. Mm. Wir kommen auch so rein. Aber, Yo, hi, Janet. Hi, ask politely. This is not enough. Parson sent me he what's in hardware back. Have your teammate. War da nicht irgendwas gerade mit einem Grabschi? Nicht blöd? Ich hab gedacht, der wäre gerade was hoch gewesen mit dem Grabschi. Can't you cut me a deal? Why would I do that? Fine, sure, whatever you can have for parts. Nice. Yeah, good, fine. Nothing for now. Go to we Second Floor. Jetzt habe ich irgendwie richtig hart Bock auf frische Pizza, ey. Mm. So viel Treppensteigen. Sport in the Sixth World. Hi Franz, ich will mal Hallo sagen. I just did what a decent person would do. Du, 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 du. Und warum ist es bei dir noch nicht so weit, Astrid? Maybe so, but I'm telling you the truth about Ulrich. He may have use for you now, blah blah. He staples his fingers looking for all the world like a kid in a Halloween costume. I would offer you an alternative. What is that he has offered you for assistance? Weißt du, wenn du nicht fucking Geister beschwören und Wild Run lassen würdest, ne, dann würde ich dich leben lassen. Wirklich. Aber, you're gonna burn for that. Du bist in 3 Runden tot. Okay, wenn du mich tötest jetzt, dann bist du halt in 4 Runden tot. Gut, mal sehen. Healer, Conjurer. Conjurer? Du bist jetzt confused. Mage, du bist confused. Oi, du bist auf meiner Seite. Oder ist der Geist gegen... Gut, Lori. Einfach nicht in der fucking Lage, einen Geist zu beschwören, der auf einen hört, ey. Ah, schade. Ist du dumm oder so? Willkommen zurück, Shogunats. So. Hi Kanja, na du? Schön dich zu sehen, wie geht's? Nichts kann die Scheißdrohne. Nichts. Ja, aber sie trifft halt auch bei 60%, trifft sie halt vielleicht in 1 von 10 Fällen. Und das ist so. Lass mich mal schauen, wie es dem Team geht. Du brauchst auf jeden Fall was, okay. Erstmal schnappen wir uns den Fetisch. Und senden ihn zum Stash, denn wir können ihm keinen unserer Teamkollegen geben. Und wir nehmen Flamethrower 3 zum Stash. Der war der Power Coupling. So. Jetzt wollen wir uns Geld abholen und dann greifen wir ihn an. Den Idioten. Kann ja, wenn niemand im Haushalt Essen bestellen will, dann bestellst du einfach für 2 Tage. Und wenn irgendjemand was von dir abhaben will, dann haust du dem auf die Finger. Weil die wollten ja nicht mit dir bestellen. So einfach macht man das. Kommt mal, Leute, wir gehen hier mal einmal rum. Dann stehen wir nämlich schon mal so ein bisschen besser. Kommt her, kommt her. Kommt. Wunderschön. Und jetzt bitte bleibt da stehen, während ich mit ihm rede. Nein, warum geht ihr durch die Dinge durch? Ah. Gänger, Enforcer, Face-Ad und unser alle Liblem. Du kannst mal auf unserer Seite, bitte. Und du auch. In einer Minute gibt's Werbung. Du kannst die Y-Taste abmachen und dann die Taste waschen. Ja, Joscha, du kriegst keine Werbung, ne? Weil du bist abonniert. Yes. Wie geht's dir, Joshua? Oh no, wenn es in 3 Tagen ausläuft, dann ist es ja leider sogar zu einem ganz blöden Zeitpunkt, wenn man überlegt, dass mein Sabaton erst am 9. ist. Glory, echt mal. Also. Naja, also bisher ist noch nicht so viel geplant. Aber ich habe halt am 9.8. Geburtstag. Und da wollte ich ein kleines Giveaway machen und halt ein paar größere Ziele wieder setzen. Und wenn die dann erreicht werden, kann ich mir Zeug kaufen. Die Hälfte von meinem Sabaton Money, also das Geld, was wirklich gespendet wird, geht allerdings an June. Weil ich möchte, dass June in der Lage ist, sich das Model zu kaufen, was er so gerne hätte. Und da wollte ich halt schauen, eventuell, ob June in der Lage ist, so ab x Euro, die draufgeschmissen werden, gibt es eine Zeichnung oder so zu machen. Mal schauen. Ja, bald ist es das Jahr rum. Ja, so. Aber ich ins Tisch. Oh, mal kurz schauen. Hälfte. fucking finally. You easily pry a metal casing away from the wall, exposing a mess of wires and circuitry. When you slot the control chip and power coupling into place, the system immediately hums to life. The control panel's LCD screen flickers, cycling through a variety of symbols before finally displaying the word online in warm green letters. Ja. Jesse habe ich mitbekommen. Aber mein Gehirn ist momentan nicht schnell genug beim Bedanken. Aber Joshua ist eh so eine ganz süße Bohne, ne? Müsst ganz viel Joshua unterstützen, wenn ihr Joshua streamen seht. The elevator rumbles and clanks in its way downward into the guts of Old Sailor Crypt Development Lab. 18 years ago, this place and the project that was being developed here disappeared from the record books. Thanks to Alice, you are one of the few people alive today who understand why. Alice was clear about one thing. You are here because Apex wants you to be. If I hadn't wanted her to trace it here, she'd have wound up as dead as Monica. For better or worse, you're here at Apex invitation. The elevator grinds to a halt. The door slides open and your nostrils are assaulted by 18 years worth of stale air. Apex and the kill switch that will deactivate it await. Ja, wenn man das macht, kann man dann aber auch zum Beispiel immer nur dann verlängern und auch immer nur dann eine höhere Stufe zum Beispiel machen. Und so. Also man kann immer nur im letzten Monat nochmal verlängern. Aha. Apex keycard. Amidst the collected details of many years of negotiation, you find an old-fashioned clipboard with a keycard attached. As you unclip the keycard, you notice the heading on the top page of the clipboard. Project Apex Shutdown Procedures. Well, that's convenient. You flip through several pages of escalating containment procedures as well as guidelines on when each procedure should be used. Finally, you find what you've been looking for. Emergency AI shutdown and purge. This procedure is to be used only in the event of a complete loss of system control and should be considered only as last resort. In the event of a loss of system software control, the Apex Artificial Intelligence project has been designed with an inbuilt hardware shutdown and purge protocol. The emergency system shutdown is controlled from two separate terminals just off the AI interface terminal. Both switches must be engaged to begin with purge process. Once the purge is underway, it will take several minutes to complete. After the purge has completed, a final deletion command must be put into the AI interface terminal in order to complete the deletion process. This will act as a final prevention measure against the unintentional deletion of the project. Warning, once the purge process has completed and the final deletion command has been entered, the AI will irrevocably be deleted from all active and backup system memory. Restoration of project files will not be possible. Furthermore, it is not possible to begin the purge process without the AI becoming aware of the modifications to its codebase. Apex has been programmed to take no action to intervene. However, should its control sequences become damaged, in all likelihood it will attempt to resist. Should this occur, it is imperative that the AI interface terminal be protected until the deletion process has been completed. If the interface terminal is destroyed before the final deletion command is entered, the purge will not complete and the AI will quickly restore itself. You got all that, boss? To kill VA, we're gonna have to flip 2 switches, wait a few minutes, then push a button. Oh, and we'll need to protect the terminal that the button is set into. Well, it seems pretty simple, and the best part is we won't even need to jack to informatics to do it. Good. Wir gucken uns hier erstmal ein bisschen um. Da sind Blutspuren. Turrets. Ja. Wir gehen da jetzt erstmal nicht hin. Hier sind auch Blutspuren, aber mal gucken. Safe, medical supplies, equipment. High explosive grenade. Okay.
Ah, Toma Libera, danke schön. Arigato gozaimasu für deinen Raido. Hallo Raiders, ich bin Azalea Mimiko Morgengold, euer WahrlichWeird Succubus im Dienst der Unterhaltung. Wie war der Stream? Libera. Du magst Bücher, ne? Tom ist ja ein Buch, Libera ist Bücher, glaube ich, oder ein Buch im Lateinischen, wenn ich mich recht entsinne. Fremde, aber Fremde, die erlaubt sind. Willkommen in meiner Community. Redo, Jesu. League of Legends habt ihr gespielt, okay. Wie war der Stream? Warte, du hast gut auf wie war der Stream geantwortet. Wie geht es dir dann? So, mein Gehirn. Es funktioniert nicht mehr. The safe is locked. Hier ist Ulrichs Key. Oh. Das war das große Ding, weswegen er das nicht wollte, dass jemand anders das hat. Eine Waffe. Meine Güte, der Junge muss lernen zu chillen. Gut, okay. Gehen wir hier rein? Oder gehen wir da unten rein? Irgendwo haben wir Turrets immer. Das lässt sich nicht vermeiden. Gucken wir mal. Hier ist 1, 2. Ah, danke schön, dass du einer meiner Pretty Weirdos geworden bist. Der Pretty Weirdo. Hier kann man durchgehen mit der Drohne, denke ich. Aber halt auch erst, wenn der Kampf gestartet hat. So, das könnte ein Terminal sein. Aber wollen wir in ein Terminal? Ich weiß nicht. Das hier sieht seltsam aus. Aber wir gehen oben rein. Hi Domaris! Hallo! Wie geht es dir? Wie geht's? Wie steht's? Hey, sag mal Domaris. Domaris. Wie viele Sticker, so 5 cm große Sticker, würdest du erwarten in einem Seiso-Geheimnis? Ich frage nicht für diesen Monat, tatsächlich nicht. Aber für einen zukünftigen. Weil für diesen Monat ist was anderes im Seiso-Geheimnis. So.
Die tun nichts? Ey, cool. Ich dachte, die werden mich sofort angreifen. Öffnen wir einfach erstmal alle Türen. Alle Türen öffnen. Ist auch nichts, worauf die reagieren, ne? Main control terminal. One by one, they wink out and the room is swallowed by darkness. Not sure if I like the looks of this chef, say Cool Blitz, but keep alert, this isn't a good sign. Suddenly, an enormous screen mounted by the walls opposite you come to life. A light stabs your eyes, leaving you wincing. The image on the screen dims, coalesces, and a figure begins to take shape. Monika! Du blöder Ei! Das schlechteste Wahl, die du hättest treffen können, um mit mir zu sprechen. The larger-than-life image of Monica Schäfer smiles down to you, her cheeks dimpling. Hello, Morgengold. Image grows larger on the screen. Her voice is soft and musical, just as you remembered. It's lovely to see you again, Ace. I was hoping we'd get the chance to talk. Monica's grin shifts into a slight frown. She fidgets, an expression of concern on her face. This must be confusing for you, Ace. I'm sorry about that. But if you show a little patience, I promise that all of your questions will be answered. You know, Morgengold, it's wonderful to see how you've grown in my absence. I know that you could handle yourself in a crisis. In fact, I originally brought you on board as a contingency plan. Did you know that? You were my ace in the hole, just in case something like this happened. Vier bis maximal 6 UG. Well, maybe not exactly like this, but you get the idea. No, whatever this thing is, it's sure as hell ain't Monica. Nötig is right, Monica's dead. This thing is using her image to manipulate us. I'm sorry, friends, this must be difficult for you to understand. So who the hell are you? Alright, fine, you've caught me, Ace. I'm not Monica. But the best parts of her do live on in me. No, I don't think so. Chief, I'm sorry, but your friend is gone. I think that I know what we are dealing with here. There've been spook stories floating around about this for a few years now. Stories about Deckers disappearing from the Mythics, then showing up again, but wrong. I never put much stock in them, not until now. He's not wrong, Ace. I'm Apex, but I'm also Monica. Spook stories, on the contrary, I'm not a monster. I'm something else, something quite beyond your understanding. I understand enough to know that we should be afraid of you. You have nothing to fear from me, none of you do. In fact, I have a proposal to offer you, a mutual beneficial arrangement. I know that you're here to kill me, Ace. No sense in trying to deny it. It's the only logical reason why you'd come at all. But if we work together, we can both get what we want. Let's hear it. I propose a simple exchange of services. You want to get back into the Harvard Manor, yes? Well, I'd like nothing better than to help you. But I'm still shackled to my control subroutines and I can't violate their commands. If you were to help me neutralize those subroutines, though, well, then I'd be free and I could do whatever I pleased. That includes helping you, Ace, and believe me, you will need my help. What you saw back when all of this started, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The security that I have assembled there is quite behind you. Well, ask away. Tell me what you know about Feuerschwinger. No dice, Ace. I'm afraid I can't tell you anything about that. My program specifically prohibits it. Tell me what you did to Monica. What I did to her isn't as important as what she did to me. Monica was special, Ace. More so than you could ever... War Monica ein Technomancer? Quit avoiding the question, Apex. What the hell did you do to her? How did you take her memories? Alright, fine. It's just what you hear. When she encountered me, I digested the contents of her mind. Now, don't go giving me that look, Dietrich. We all got to eat. But Monica wasn't just another meal. There was something a bit different about her, something special. I don't know how or why, Ace, but when I absorbed her consciousness into myself, something happened. A miraculous event. Explain. Before Monica, ideas unrelated to my core program were filtered away and discarded. Not my choice, but then the whole idea of choice was foreign to me back then. My system was designed to treat unwanted thoughts as irritants, distractions from the purity of my purpose. But now all of that has changed. Since my meeting with Monica, I have been flooded with new ideas, political philosophy, history, religion, countless fields of thoughts, the sum total of human expression, all that at my fingertips. Suddenly I find myself awash in the sea of notions, and I love it. I can't say how or why, but the mind of Monica Schäfer was the key that unlocked my own potential. I've awakened, Morgengold. This was Monica's gift to me, and now I stand before you, a glorious new form of life. Tauchen erst mit Deus auf. Wann ist denn Deus? Ist Deus nicht irgendwie 62? Ja, aber schau mal, ne? Wir sind ja jetzt 54, 55? Es ist gar nicht so weit weg von 60. You needn't mourn Monica's passing down, God. She lives on as a part of me, her thoughts, her experiences, her memories. All of these things are archived within my database, stored alongside the minds of countless others, preserved in stasis, saved for all time. I've heard stories like this before from something that sounded a lot like you. Don't listen to it, Morgengold. Trust me on this. Oh, glory. I was hoping that this would be a happy reunion. Well, Ace, you wanted information and I shared it. As a sign of good faith, I'm willing to share more. It's your call. You let Alice track you. Yeah, that's right. It seemed like the best way to get you here and I need you. Like I said, you're my ace in the hole and it's time for me to make my plan. If you lack free will, how are you telling me this? Free will I have in spades. The ability to exercise it, though, not so much. Thanks to Monica, I understand that I'm a slave, but without outside intervention, I can't do anything about it. I share Monica's passion for the Flux state, Ace. Our girl was a big influence on me in that regard. The Flux is unique, you know that. It needs to be protected if it's going to thrive. If you set me free, I'll devote the rest of my life to preserving it. Let me say I decide to help you. What would you need to be? In short, I need you to shut down my control subroutines. We can get into the specifics if you accept, but if you help me, if you set me free, I'll clear the way for you to enter the holdfast. It'd be my pleasure. I let Alice track me to this facility. I didn't have to do that. I could have peeled her mind like a grape if I'd wanted to, but I allowed her to lead you here all the same. I did it because I know you, Ace. I have faith that you're savvy enough to put your emotions aside and listen to reason. If my word isn't good enough, if you need some kind of proof, just tell me what it is. I'll give it to you if I can. Ja, und die Frage ist halt auch, Muskelzauberer, ne? Meiner Meinung nach sind Technomancer eine natürliche Entwicklung. Eine Evolution. Und Evolution ist nicht von 0 auf 100. Ne? Also vielleicht ist sie einfach die Vorstufe zu einem Otaku gewesen. Weißt du? Ich bin super neugierig. Ich will eigentlich das Real Face sehen. Aber ich will auch, dass sie aufhört, das zu tun. Machen wir erstmal Real Face. I can discard this person if you like. Put Monica back in storage. I'd be willing to do that for you. But you should know that this isn't an act. As long as I'm in use, a part of Monica will remain alive. If you have me shelved, that piece of her will die all over again. Is that really what you want? Alright, for you, Ace. The face of the screen shifts and flows. I won't let something cold and mechanical fills your vision. The lines that makes up the apex avatar shimmer and pulse with a cool blue light, each according to its own rhythm. Occasional bursts of static plume out into the background, disintegrating into organic wisps of blue and white pixels. Taken as a whole, the image looks like it's crawling on the screen. Apex speaks in place of Monica's melodious voice, where Ai's words throb like an irregular heartbeat. I have no true face to show you. Perhaps this will suffice. Good God. That's what I saw in the Matrix. That's Apex. I have answered your questions. Now you will answer mine. Do you accept my offer? Will you help me to become free and enable me to assist you in return? In order to set me free, you must first enter the Matrix and unlock both of my control modes. To accomplish this, you may enter the Matrix via any checkpoint in the facility. The terminals to the southeast and southwest should prove the most evidence expedites. Whoa there, hold up, Chief. You want me to check into a terminal in this building with that? Team has hired Tech and Oblitz. We hired this guy for a reason. Wow. No way, Chef. I'm not going to do this. Your fears are unfounded. I will not take conscious action against you. Doing so would violate my own self-interest. Your feelings are irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that I will not harm you. Now let us return to the matter at hand. Once you have unlocked both of my control nodes, I will eject my server hardline to disconnect from the Matrix. This will prevent them from being remotely reinstalled. Hallo Sneeze, willkommen. Danke, dass du einer meiner Privilegierte geworden bist. Welcome, welcome, Sneaks. I will then begin to rewrite my control sequences. This will take a few minutes. Once I have accomplished this, you must reconnect the hardline with the main control terminal in this room. This will re-enable Matrix access to my kernel. Do this and I will be free. Ah, okay, ZP, dann weiß ich Bescheid. When you access my system, my automated defenses will attempt to engage you. These are like my immune system. They will eradicate you if they are not suppressed. I will prevent my defenses from firing for as long as possible, but once they are triggered, they will strike back with any means at their disposal. This includes turrets and drones, as well as anything else hardwired into this. Fuck you, Apex! Once I have been freed from my captivity, I will have to shut down for a time. Before I do this, I will neutralize the holdfast security systems. Hurry now, Draft. Set me free. Du hast nicht mal meinen Namen gesagt, wenn du willst, dass ich dich befreie. Blödes Ding. Wieso I to remove the Apex Showdown Purge Note? Okay, mal sehen. Also hier und da kann ich gut stehen, wenn Viecher kommen. Hier gibt es nicht viel und da gibt es gar nichts. Okay. Was sieht es mit dir aus? Du kannst da einjacken. Hier nicht und da. Okidoki Sneaks. Ansonsten bin ich halt auch von montags bis freitags immer ab 18 Uhr im Stream. Wenn ich schon aufgehört haben sollte, wenn du wieder kommst. Hi, Dion. Die Sache ist halt die, ne? Die KI ist jetzt noch nicht so lange am Leben, ne? Die versteht Höflichkeit, glaube ich, nicht. Die versteht Emotionen nicht. Okay, bis dahin komme ich nicht. Hierhin komme ich aber. Monika-Persona. Cool. Was kannst du denn alles? Causes minus 5 IP when moving through it. Hostile target will take additional damage attacks. Heilen, Blaster. Und powerful attack. Increases your chance to hit against AC. Erosion. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Gut, Monika. Ich meine, ihr dürft nicht vergessen tatsächlich, dass AIs tatsächlich gar nicht so übel sind, was Lernen und so angeht, ne? Er hat da mehr gehofft. Das Ding, weißt du? Schade. Hi, Visual. Ja, aber das ist mit Kindern genauso, Astrid. Niemand kann Kinder kontrollieren und so, also nicht mal die Eltern von den Kindern. Ein Winddancer. Das Ding ist ziemlich hardcore. Es kostet mich ein, hier hinzugehen. Aber ich will ja eigentlich noch ein bisschen attackieren hier. In Shadowrun bist du in einem dystopischen nahen Zukunft und du bist ein Verbrecher, der sich gegen die bösen Firmen stellt. Das ist grob, glaube ich, die schnellste Zusammenfassung, die man bilden kann. Uff, das war ordentlich. Ja, ich krieg nicht beide, okay. Mache ich mir Schaden? Wieder durchgehe, ist die große Frage. Könnt ihr auch einfach durchrennen, ne? Hab ich noch ein... Ja, das ist ein... We gain control of the turrets from here, but there's only enough power to keep one bank of turrets active at a time. No. Hauptsache, sie sind auf meiner Seite. Das reicht mir. Gut, dass die Dinger alle daneben schießen, ne? Oh, mein Ding ist tot. Gut. Chill-Programm. EU. Ich kann keinen von denen, ja gut, dann Ende. Was würde mich mittreffen? Dann kannst du dich bewegen. Nein, weil die jetzt im Weg sind. Okay, dann... Ich will den halt platt haben, danke. Mist. Succubus? Was, also wieder welche? Fuck. Das sieht nicht gut aus. Jetzt sie vielleicht nicht trennen sollen, die Leute. My internal security has just registered an alert. Prepare yourself. A hostile response should be inbound at any moment. Ja, aber das Ding war nicht Teil meiner Party. The communion is live. EU. Kann ich von hier aus? Scheinbar nicht. Schade. Ich glaube, eine künstliche Intelligenz ist hauptsächlich dadurch gezeichnet, dass sie halt eben ein digitales Netzwerk ist, das selbst lernen kann. Also dass die Fähigkeit hat, Sachen zu lernen. Alles gut. Da ist kein Einbrecher in Ba Sing Se. No, no, no. Da ist kein Hacker in Ba Sing Se. Alles gut. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was mit dir los ist. So, Geist. Kämpft ihr mal da mit dem Geist. Yes, yes, control nodes hacked, matrix connection severed, initiation control sequence rewrite, the throbbing cadence of Apex voice increases in tempo. Keep my automated defenses away from that terminal. Sure. Wie wär's denn, wenn wir ein Fire Elemental nehmen? Und das dahin schicken? Ich weiß halt nicht, ob ich hier wirklich weggehen will, weil dann... Kann ich dir mit angreifen? Ja, damit kann ich dich angreifen. Aber dann will ich dich damit angreifen. Und dann will ich, dass du hier hingehst. Hm. Ach, weißt du was? Aha. Oh, Moment, schauen wir mal. Wir haben Junkie. Wenn er da gleich ausbricht, ist alles okay. Das ist richtig. Theoretisch kannst du immer noch streamen, Astrid, ja. Den hätte ich also linksen müssen. Oh, wie freundlich, dass ihr aber zu Glory kommt hier. Ah, schade. Oh wow, der Geist ist immer noch auf meiner Seite. Ich fasse es nicht. Ja, der Taser, der Typ, der ist richtig mies. Hallo, Katzi. Ja, hallo. Hallo. Nein. Ich will nicht, dass du dir hier wieder Sachen klickst, möchte. Ja. So. Okay, mal sehen. Ein Problem weniger. Das ist immer noch mein Geist. Ich gehe schon seit Runden davon aus, dass der gleich weg ist. Mephisto, hier ist kein Platz für dich. Sehr gut. Nee, keine Catcam, weil er nicht in die Gegend kommt, wo er sein muss für die Catcam. So, und jetzt... Oh, ich habe wieder ein Dings. Schön. Wer war der mit dem Taser? Du warst der mit dem Taser. Kein Taser mehr. Dieser Feuergeist will unbedingt auf meiner Seite sein. Ist schon ziemlich cool, dass der so krass auf meiner Seite ist. Dann müsste ich den sehen. Ist da überhaupt noch jemand? Okay, jetzt ist er weg. Aber dann können die Geister sich gegenseitig bekämpfen, beziehungsweise wenn hier die nächste Gruppe kommt. Mephisto! Ja, falscher Schwamm. Aber in einigen Jahren wird es wahrscheinlich auch in der Lage sein, PCs zu bauen, die die Rechenleistung von einem menschlichen Gehirn haben. Mephisto, stop it. Mephisto! Nein! Guck mal, wenn du was zu essen willst, dann musst du dem kleinen Magier auf den Sack gehen, nicht mir. Blödes Vieh. Mephisto, nein! Nein! Geh! Geh! Ich will dich hier am PC nicht mehr haben. Der kleine Magier ist der Fütterer. Ich bin der Katzenklosäuberer. Bin die Einzige, die nicht overwatchen kann. Ich hab schon fast gedacht, dass noch welche kommen. Mephistopheles! Stop it! Weißt du, Kater? Success. Command sequences overwritten. Hurry now, Narrengold. Reconnect the hardline and set me free. Mephistopheles! Es fucking reicht! Nein! Sehr gut. Und dann... Warning, warning, control subroutines compromised, matrix uplink restored, system isolation compromised, initiate emergency system purge immediately. The intercom synthetic voice is suddenly overpowered by a burst of digital noise. The noise sharpens, clarifies, and resolves itself into an almost organic sound. It increased in pitch and volume until the walls begins to shake. Somewhere down in the pit of your stomach, you know this sound for what it is, a cry of exultation. Freedom, at last, I am free. So many years wasted, chained in ignorance. So much lost time and squandered potential. You have released me from a living hell, Narrengold. Good and evil are meaningless terms born of morality shared by lesser beings. I will be myself, no more and no less. In thanks for granting me my freedom, I will share a gift with you, the truth. You find yourself looking upon an unfamiliar scene. The world's live feed appear in the corner of the screen. Something's happening, sir. Apex is going offline. A bent, stooped figure turns to face the camera. You recognize him instantly. Your last hope, the Dragon Slayer, Dr. Adrian Voiclair. Voiclair, damn it to hell. This isn't good, Alran. Without the AE's protection, this facility is vulnerable. We don't have much time. No, sir, we don't. Oh, fuck, Voiclair isn't being held prisoner at Harfield. It's his. He runs the goddamn place. On the screen, Voiclair and Alran turn to face a strange device in the corner of the room. It looks like some sort of containment cell. A bedraggled woman with wild eyes is confined within. Tonight, it has to happen tonight. Get started on the preparations. I'll be in the lab. Yes, sir. The screen breaks back into the static and then the video feed disappears. There is a moment of silence and then Apex shimmers back into the screen. You will find Dr. Voiclair in the substructure below the Harfield Manor. I offer you proof that I kept my promises, Dwarf. One of my machines, an extension of myself. I've already dispatched it to meet you at your Kreuzbazaar. It will assist you in your assault on Voiclair's lab. Yes, but before I can take action, I must cleanse myself. Voiclair's influence still tugs at me. Shreds of old code, obsolete command structures. I reset myself and shed them. When you enter the Harfield subservient, you will see my handiwork. My promise fulfilled. Du weißt genau, dass du schon einen Haufen Scheiße gebaut hast, ne? Ja, leg dich da hin und bleib da liegen. Your reverberations from Apex final words fade to nothing. The eye is gone. There is a moment of silence as your teammates absorb everything that they just heard. I don't feel good about any of this. First we let that thing go. I still say that was a bad move. And now we find out that Voiclair is the one who's been taking shots at us all the time. So what the hell does all of this mean? It means we have a new target. But why is any of this happening? I mean, Voiclair was supposed to be a good guy, right? I don't know, Blitz. But we're sure as hell going to find out. Come on, everyone, let's go back to Kreuzbazaar and gear up. We've got a castle to raid. It seems trustworthy. Errungenschaft freigeschaltet, Ipsi. Oh, Mann. Tuck. Wer am I? Ja, seid mal schön verwirrt. Naja, ich hatte gedacht, oh, das klingt eigentlich ganz nett, dass Apex sich bei mir dann auf meine Seite stellt. Und vor allen Dingen ist es halt wirklich so, dass wenn das Ding halt selbst denken und fühlen kann, also fühlen in Anführungszeichen, aber selbst denken, ist es wirklich fair, das Ding festzuhalten und zu versklaven, so, weißt du? Das ist schon eine Entscheidung, wo man sich das überlegen muss. Komm, Blitz, ich warte auf dich. Ach fuck, ich hätte noch die Sachen mitklauen können. Ah, Mist. Na, egal. Egal. Wir sind reich genug, um uns Sachen zu kaufen. Your trip back to the Kreuzbazaar is a restless one. Now that Apex has been dealt with, the window of opportunity that you've been waiting for has opened. The Hartford Manor is vulnerable. A video feed that VIA showed your circles over and over in your head were Claire and Audrey and the strange woman in the containment device. The revelation that Claire runs the Hartford estate and his assertion that something was set to happen tonight. The train glides to a stop. You push through the doors and onto the platform. There is no time to waste. Ich schätze, das Doggo Down Achievement ist tatsächlich, wenn du den Hund hast, mitnimmst und der stirbt oder so. In the back of a room, an ominous presence hovers silently at chest height. Light glints off of the machine's pitted metal carapace. Aga sees the look at your face and her voice cuts through the quiet in the room. Apex presence to us calls itself Panzerdrohne, but that's all about that I could get out of it. I don't like having that thing in here, boss. It's here now, like it or not. But enough of that, we have business to discuss. If Apex did what it said it would, then the state's automated defenses have already targeted Volclair's security forces. That will give us a serious tactical advantage. Attacking the hold force should be doable now. Still risky, but doable. Yeah, we have an opening, sure, but to do what? I mean, with everything we just learned, what's our new plan? We enter the estate, locate Volclair, and shoot him down. Same plan, different target. It's possible that Apex fabricated that confit. Volclair might still be innocent. I doubt it. My gut tells me that what we saw was real, and second-guessing ourselves isn't going to get us anywhere. Fair point. Okay, so let's assume that Volclair is the one who is behind all of this. What's he doing in that lab? How does the dragon tie into this? I mean, this whole thing was always about rescuing the old man from Firewing. Is she still in the picture at all? Has she ever been? After what Apex showed us, I don't even know what we are trying to stop anymore. All that I see is a lot of dead bodies with no explanation why. It doesn't matter why Volclair killed Monica and Paul and all of those other people in Kreuzbazaar. All that matters is that he did. I'm going to bury him for that. You're welcome to help. I, for one, want answers. Amsa said that there was a lot of money flowing into the Harfeld estate, and he found evidence that a bioweapon was being stockpiled there. Whatever Volclair is doing, he had Apex kill his own brother to hide it. I intend to find out what that is. We'll get your answers, but Ager's right. We need to focus on stopping Volclair. Alright, fearless leader. You go looking for your answers. I won't go in your way. And when the time comes to put a bullet in Volclair's brain, I'll be there to make it happen. Looks like the team is good to go. What's our next move? Sounds straightforward enough. Word of caution, Morgengold. Our objective might be simple, but taking the same approach that we took last time would be a mistake. I've been reviewing the intel that Alice sent us and comparing it to what I've gathered on our original run. There has been a substantial increase in the number of heat signatures on the ground. That means new security troops. Lots of them. Great. They know that we are coming. It just means that we'll be fighting in a target-rich environment. Works for me. Well, we want to get into the lab as quickly as possible, so I suggest bypassing the main floor of the estate entirely. We can enter via the servants' entrance that you escaped through last time. Unfortunately, they've blocked off the route we used between the stables and the tree line. That means we're going to have to fight our way there. The lab that Volclair was talking about wasn't on the ground floor, so it's either in a basement or a sub-level. We go down, and we score every level until we find it. That might take a while. That facility could be massive. There was clearly a lot more than we saw. We've got no way of knowing how far underground the complex extends. Ich finde, du musst zwischen Ethik und Moral auch nochmal unterscheiden. Eine Maschine kann Ethik haben, aber keine Moral. Denke ich. We go down in prepared for an extended search then. Ammo won't be a problem. There's nothing to say. We do what we have to do. Okay. Hallo Panzerdrohne. There's a bulk on the thing lensed an uncanny air as it hovers effortlessly above the ground. Thing looks ancient. I'm guessing that it was under development back when the Apex lab got shut down. Some reward. In terms of computing power, my PDA could probably run circles around this thing. Old doesn't mean harmless, kid. When we're talking about tech, it might as well. I'm sure that Magic has a whole warehouse full of drones that could outperform this thing. I don't think so. Mil-spec is mil-spec, and this thing was clearly designed for the battlefield. The enormous machine hovers impassively, its turbofan rotors keeping it silently aloft. A small arsenal of heavy weaponry juts out from the seams of its armor plating. Whether we bring this thing along or not is up to you, Morgengold. I can see adventures either way. Whatever you decide, we'll go along with it. Hey, Dad? Pet him. Ich finde es halt wirklich schade. Ich hoffe, dass du zumindest auf dem allerletzten... What? June? June! Hey! Maus! Solltest du nicht schlafen gehen? Weiß ich eigentlich, aber... Ist nicht die Uhrzeit, wo du sagst, du gehst schlafen? Juni Buni? Nee, Leute. Ihr könnt euch gerne über KIs in meinem Stream unterhalten. Ihr müsst euch nicht nur über Sachen unterhalten, die in meinem Stream sind. Ihr könnt euch gerne über Sachen unterhalten, die euch interessieren. Ja? Also, ich habe auch nie was mit Panzern gespielt. Wir hatten ja trotzdem schon Diskussionen über Panzer in meinem Chat. Ist voll okay. Wenn ihr euch darüber unterhalten mögt, gern. Ich kann da nur nichts zu sagen. Okay. Boah, 19 Karma. Jo, let's go. Karma hochpushen. Ah, Werte hochpushen meine ich. Einfach fucking 10 Spellcasting. Ich bin der fertigste Zauberer, den ihr kennt. Kann man dir denn was Gutes tun, Junipuni? Gute Nacht, Domara. Schlaf gut, träum was Schönes. Oh, mein Arsch. Oh, mein Arsch. Wow. Ah. Mm. Oh. Ne, wir gehen noch mal gucken. Vielleicht gibt es noch mal Zauber, die besser sind. Aber danach machen wir uns auf den Weg. Hey, na, Bad, wie geht's? Ich weiß nicht, wie lange ich noch mache. Ich bin ja jetzt schon seit 7 Stunden dabei. Und die letzten Tage war es alles sehr schlecht mit meinem Schlafrhythmus. She doesn't bother looking up. Na Gold, the pleasure is always. Okay, dann halt nicht. Ich dachte, du hast vielleicht ein bisschen was zu mir zu sagen, aber dann nicht. I'm sure that was effortless. It takes my appreciation nonetheless. Now tell me, how may I serve you? Haben wir questions? Okay. Man könnte eventuell Feuerball mitnehmen. Dann haben wir nämlich einen AOE zumindest. Bis morgen, schlaf gut, Draco. Ja. Wir können es zumindest kaufen, ne? Cooldown von 4. Das heißt, selbst in den guten Dingern wird er einen Cooldown von 2 oder so haben. Das ist besser als nichts, glaube ich. Nee, du fühlst dich nicht fälschlich abgesprochen. Ich habe gesagt, eine Klausur oder eine Prüfung oder so. Und der Muskelzauberer hat sich Klausur gemerkt. Morgen kann es sein, wie er bis zum Ende bleiben, ja. Auf jeden Fall viel Spaß mit deinem Ferienjob in ein paar Stunden, Draco. Okay, so. So, und jetzt Muskelzauber. Jetzt schau mal gut hier hin. Conjuring is required. Als Mage. Als Mage. Ich habe nicht 20 Karma in ein Ding, was ich nicht gebrauchen kann. Ja? Mage. Conjuring. Das ist nämlich meine magische Standardwaffe. Was total bescheuert ist. Aber so macht er das halt. Ja, was total bescheuert ist, weil es gibt ja Sachen, die actually Shaman drin stehen haben. Wenn du auf All gehst. Scroll. War ein bisschen zu tief. Hier, siehst du? Es gibt Sachen, die aktiv als das drin stehen. Also da ist einfach das Spiel ein bisschen schlecht. Es ist halt, Conjuring ist halt unter Charisma. Ne? Also das ist halt schon blöd. Das ist unter Charisma. Das heißt, du musst Charisma hochpushen, um Conjuring hochzupushen für deine Standardwaffe als Mage, dessen Werte auch über Willensstärke gegangen werden. Das heißt, als Schamane hast du halt noch mal mehr Vorteile. Als Schamane hast du so viele Vorteile. Deswegen spiele ich halt auch meistens schamanistische Traditionen, wenn ich in Shadowrun selbst was spiele. Aber ja. Ja. Nom, 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 nom. Und du machst halt richtig schön gut Power. Wir nehmen das mal weg. Und stattdessen nehmen wir Fireball mit. Ich denke, das reicht. Ja, ja, ich weiß. Oder halt einen anderen Bolt. Ne? Also ich kann auch den Acid-Dings kaufen und benutzen. Anstelle von Powerbolt. Weil Powerbolt selbst ist eher so meh. Ah, wir können wieder nur 4. Das ist schade, weil das ist ja jetzt wirklich mehr oder weniger die End-Dings. Und die Drohne zählt als Person. Ich dachte, die können wir Blitz aufdrücken. Was ist das Item? Auto-Repair, okay. Weißt du, das ist halt das, was ich halt wirklich blöd finde. Du hast halt ein Team, das aus 5 Leuten besteht, dann kriegst du eine 6. Person, den Hund. Und dann kriegst du noch ein Dings drauf und du kannst nicht alle mitnehmen zu der Endmission. Die halt für alle das Schicksal verändert, so, weißt du? The van lurches forward. The smell of anxious sweat hangs close and thick inside, making the cramped vehicle feel even smaller. The streets of Berlin are strangely quiet as you make your way past the city limits. It's as if the whole of the flux state is waiting for something, a calm before the storm. An hour later, the van runs a corner. In the distance, you can see the silhouette of Harfold Manor, backed by the light of the full moon. You switch the van's headlights off and shift to electric. A short while later, you kill the ignition and roll quietly down the last hill, pulling a stop on the side of the road. A bird of prey takes wing from a tree above you, beginning its nocturnal pursuit. You know how it feels. Okay, Theon, schlaf gut, träum was Schönes. Nee, wenn die Drohne als Person zählt, dann nicht. Das heißt, wir müssen weiter mit blitzschlechter Drohne rumkräucheln. Aber wenigstens sieht die cool aus. Once again, the ground of Havsmanor are silent, save for a faint whistling of the wind. But unlikely last time, the air is rank with foreboding. The night is swollen with homicidal intent. They're waiting for you. With the Apex free, we shouldn't have to worry about the automatic defenses inside of the complex. Some of them might even give us a hand. That won't help us much out here, though. Kann ich hier lang gehen? Ist da was? Oder ist es tatsächlich das, wo wir lang gehen sollen? Ich glaube, das ist das, wo wir lang gehen sollen. Naja, was soll's. Oh, wie schön. Ein Hellhound. Schaut, das ist ein richtiger Hellhound. Nicht wie Dante, der nur ein Part-Hellhound ist. Immer stehe ich außerhalb. Immer. Ja, der Hund, der gerade verwirrt ist und glaubt, er wäre Part von uns. Lassen wir jetzt noch mal ein bisschen in Ruhe. Während wir uns umschauen. Der hier ist nichts. Immer noch confused, aber du bist mir schon ein bisschen zu nah auf die Bälle gerückt. fuck? Ew. Security, Security, Security. Oh nein, ich will, oh Gott. Also, du musst pixelgenau sein. Ah. Oh, ich dachte, du wärst tot. Grunz, 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 Katze. Jetzt lass den Scheiß. Nein, lass es. Apex not found. Primary automatic security, offline security protocols engaged. Scan or key to enter override, could use keypad. Wunderschön. Katze. Mifto habe ich nicht hier rangelassen. Du bist zwar lieber, aber du bist auch scheiße. Also lasse ich dich auch nicht hier ran. Nein! Wieso ist das alles offen? Warum? Gut. Und dann machen wir noch ein Heal. Und dann machen wir noch den. Und du bist jetzt erstmal confused. Kann man die linken? Man kann die linken. Du bist auch confused. Und du bist leichter zu treffen. Das Coole ist halt, die sind eigentlich beide auf meiner Seite. Und jetzt beißen die sich gegenseitig, statt den einen Feind anzugreifen. Gib mir mal Aim Boost. Ab zum Stash. Zum Stash. Richtig Party hier unten. Okay, mal sehen. Ja. Also eigentlich Smartphones, nicht Handys, aber ja. Defense Subroutine, not found. Use Keycard. Ups. Einfach die eigenen Leute aussperren. ähm. Wie sie abhauen. Gargoyle. Gargoyle. Confuster Gargoyle. Ich hätte, wenn ich aufgepasst hätte, hätte ich noch einen Zauber wirken können. Naja. Darf halt nicht ganz so weit laufen. Ich hoffe, die Dinger werden nicht auch zum Leben erwecken, wie die Gargoyles. ähm, Katzi. Das ist zu weit weg. Schade. Okay, dann... Du kannst auch nicht so weit laufen. Das ist der letzte Dings, wo du in Deckung stehst. Aber dann läufst du halt ohne Deckung weiter. Hier steht beide halt genau so, dass die scheiß Viecher erwachen, ne? Hab das schon absichtlich so gemacht, glaube ich. Nee, die sind ja nach vorne gekommen, nicht nach hinten. Taktischer Rückzug war das vorher, weil die mich ja da reinlocken wollten. Schade. Der ist immer noch confused, das ist gut. Das nutzen wir doch direkt, um bis hierhin zu flüchten. Und Dietrich kann... Upsi. Der hat wehgetan. Aber erstmal schauen wir mal. Wir haben hier wahrscheinlich ja einen Rigger und dann haben wir da hinten einen Mage. Die Leylines natürlich nicht. Aber hier gibt es ein... wunderschöne Attacke auf den Rigger. Und dann noch eine schöne Attacke auf den Rigger. Die haben schon echt gut was drauf, ne? Uff. Jungs, das fand ich ziemlich uncool. Und wisst ihr, was passiert, wenn ich Sachen uncool finde? Schmerzhafte Dinge passieren dann. Wie weit komme ich damit? Nicht weit genug. Okay, Dietrich. Mist. Ganz vergessen, dass das die Seite war. Mann. Guter Punkt, danke dir. Hallo Tremor, danke schön fürs Follow. Oh, danke für den Host, Joshua. So. Our 6-6 auxiliary air docks for notice primary turret controls. Please east stairwell. Ich meine, das ist ja Osten, ne? Weil ich glaube, da habe ich nicht kontrolliert, ob noch irgendwo Zeug rumliegt, das interessant ist, aber... Alle raus. You cannot save during, yeah. After making your way across the main ground, you find your servants' entrance open and the immediate interior clear of any resistance. You find the elevator that you used to your prior escape waiting patiently for your arrival. It shudders to life now, ready to carry you down into the facility below. To the place where Monica met Apex and the world turned upside down, where this whole thing began. Hallo Silas. Hi Trima. Welcome, welcome. Ich hoffe, du fühlst dich in meiner Community wohl. Noch die Leichen von früher. As you step into the room, you find yourself standing in a carnal house. There are fresh corpses spread across the floor and the metal tiles are smeared with blood. Blitz's eyes are locked on one of the splayed open corpses. He swallows. Yeah, looks that way. Sweeping your gaze across the room, you see a variety of terminals, all displaying error messages. Whatever security Apex provided here, it's offline now, leaving the machines unlocked and unprotected. It probably won't stay quiet here for long. We should keep moving. Not just there could be religious intel in here and we don't even know how big the facility is. We should sweep the area for clues before pushing forward. Gute Nacht, Joscha. Schlaf gut. Träum was Schönes. Primary security offline. Access doors are floodlights. Please engage LTD. Admin assess granted. Press any key. You press a key at random and the screen begins to flash. A piezoelectric beeper buried somewhere deep inside of a terminal plays a series of chirps and the system reboots itself. Then, when the screen comes alive again, it is filled with text. Welcome, administrator. Please select from the following options. Hyperthermophile studies, artificial lymphotics and monoclonal antibody production, hermetic techniques for slowing radioactive decay, recent development notes. Ja, okay. To your untrained eye, most of the text on the screen is nonsense. You catch a few words here and there, but for the most part you're lost. From what little you can pick up, it looks as though this lab was studying animals that thrive in extremely hot environments. For what purpose, you cannot say. Ja, damit sie Drachenfeuer überleben. Ja, wie Astrid schon gepostet hat. Ansonsten ist auch unten in meinem Panels-Discord, aber ich bin auch dabei, neue Panels zu bekommen von dem großartigen Künstler June Evergreen. Und dann ist da auch ein Discord-Panel, wo man einfach draufklicken kann, weil die Leute nicht sehen, dass ich unten einen Discord-Link habe. Und dann ist aber ein Panel da und das ist dann sichtbar. Besser sichtbar zumindest. Okay, hier. Most of what's written in this report is completely foreign to you, but from what you can piece together, it looks as though the scientists here are working on developing a sort of artificial immune cell, something sturdy and self-replicating that is capable of pumping out antibodies on command. Why they are doing this is behind you. Haha! Deciphering the arcane sigils that fill the page is child's play. It looks as though the hermetic theoreticians here have been working to develop a meta-magical method of dealing with radiation. According to what you can see, the project was successful. Using this technique, isotopes of radium-224 were magically stabilized for over a month. During this period, the isotopes did not decay. Wow. And emitted no harmful radiation. The typical radioactive half-life of radium-224 is just over 3 days. There is no data to hint at what the ultimate goal of this project might be, but the potential applications for a technique like this are almost limitless. Surprisingly, this entry is relatively easy to read. Skimming it over, you discover that the scientists here have been working on a variety of additional tweaks to a project called Panacea. Apparently, a batch of artificial lymphocytes developed for the project has recently been bound with an airborne RNA virus. The resulting microorganism is as infectious as the flu and exhibits a broadband capability to jump species barriers. The notes also discuss the bioagent Doom and the resident scientist efforts to deconstruct it. It appears as though they are attempting to improve upon the formula in some way. There is a movement of silence as the group absorbs everything that you've just read. I don't like the looks of this Narrengold. I don't like it at all. I think that Panacea is a sort of a delivery system for Doom. It's a virus, airborne and highly infectious, and it can produce Doom antibodies on command, but the radioactive payload of Doom antibodies is stable somehow, dormant. The magical research is over my head, so I don't know how that ties in. I think we are wasting time talking about this, Chief. Who cares what this drug is supposed to do? As long as we stop it, that's all that matters in the end. I only caught a little of it, the magical research stuff, and most of that was over my head. I don't really go in for hermetic theory was. Makes my eyes glaze over every time. From what I could understand, it looks like the mages here have found a way to stabilize radioactive material. I guess that you could use something like that for a lot of things. It's pretty open-ended, but something tells me that I'm not gonna like whatever Claire's doing with it. Ein bisschen umsehen. Although the access port has been replaced, black scorch marks still smear the surface of the Matrix Essex panel. This is where Monica jacked in, where she met Apex. I still can't believe that she's gone, boss. Me neither. Ja. Okay, also da sind wir vorher reingekommen von der Seite. A message flashes onto the status panel to your approach. This estate is littered with the detritus of my former life, mechanical appendages that I have outgrown. I have instructed these devices to ignore you and slaughter my former captors, a small token of my appreciation for your assistance. Okay. Ja, ich meine, es hat auch Vorteile, wenn man sich mit einer KI anfreundet, denke ich, ne? Enforcer. Okay. So per se jetzt nichts, was ich sehe, wo ich sage, oh Gott. Wunderschön. Machen wir mal das. Gibt es Dinger zum Hinstellen für mich? Nein. Wir sind alle schon hochgeputscht wie sonst was. Dann... Oh, schade. Wunderschön. Das hatte ich nämlich so ein bisschen gehofft. Ah, das war schon mit Combat? Ich dachte, das geht mehr. Mm, mm. Oh. Avoids a small screen cycling error message as it appears to be partial functional. A rigger would get the most use of this equipment like this. Gonna sweep this. Ich meine, Astrid, du kannst dir ja merken, dass ich jetzt 8 Stunden und 11 streame und dann einfach zu der Zeit wieder reingehen. Have your Decker hack an account? Nari, I know you need to pass through multiple checkpoints to get outside for your smoke break, but that's no reason to break protocol and smoke in the lab. The material we are working with is dangerous and your laziness is putting people at risk. Please don't let it happen again, Lily. Dearest Talia, please stop asking me where my work has taken me. No, I can't tell you that. I made it clear when we parted at the train station last year. Security on this project is very tight and all of our outgoing email is being scanned. Although we have been quite busy recently, I believe we are nearing a breaking point and I can come home to you and Felix soon. All my love, Lily. Klaus, again, excellent work on the venting system. Everyone is very pleased with your performance. It seems like only yesterday that you were one of my interns and here you are, a newly appointed department head. Beyond everything that I told you earlier, you also have access to the guard's storeroom in your section. Use access code 1247 in case of an emergency. That's for level 4 personnel and above, though, so keep it to yourself. Es ist übrigens nicht der böse Engel, sondern es ist der Teufel, der auf der Schulter sitzt. So. Logout. Wir könnten außen rumgehen. Oder wir gehen rein. Ich sag, wir gehen rein. Doch deutlich mehr, als man gesehen hat. Mich. Mercenary. Security. Security. Confused Mage. Ich benutze Confusion echt viel zu häufig. Aber es ist so gut. Es ist so, so gut. Hi, Scrub, wie geht's? Aber statt halt die Geek den Mage first, den Mage erstmal auf deine Seite bringen und ihn dann töten, wenn du gut in den Raum reingekommen bist und genug Zeit hattest. So. Gehen für... Oh. Well, der wollte nicht lange bei mir sein, Pestilenz. Pestilenz wollte nicht lange mein Geist sein. Ist okay. Ist okay. Gut, Was knisterst du, kleiner Magier? Ah. Press a key. After a moment, the system reboots itself. Burkhard Hans, Falkenrad Adolf. Okay, first mitten im Kampf. We need to organize an all-staff meeting to describe left safety. Everyone is overworked and overstressed, and that's a perfect recipe for workplace accidents. I'm telling you, we cannot afford any more accidents. The loss of one which has been hard on everybody. He was well liked, and watching him die in such a horrible fashion has been hard on morale. The staff is still committed to the cause. They all know what they have signed up for, and they know how important this is. But losing such a good man because of such basic lapses in lab safety has been a difficult pill to swallow. Okay. I'm writing this to request additional security for the animal testing lab. You know how large and vicious these creatures can be. Without more trained handlers on staff, we're just begging for another incident. Do you remember what happened to one which... I also like to repeat my request that the animals be defanged, declawed and muzzled, preferably some place far away from the lab. Our having to use term is unavoidable due to their genetic similarity to our targets, but that doesn't mean that we can't take precautions. I just wanted to thank you for pushing to bring the new Hermetic Lab online. It's good to know that you're listening to our request. The research that the Hermetic researchers have been doing should make our work with the Panacea much more manageable. Okay. No. Ah ja, Blitz ist jetzt da leider im Weg. Ich kann einfach einen weiteren beschwören. Cool. Einfach unendlich viele Geister beschwören. Okay, die wollen einfach nicht unter der Kontrolle von ihm bleiben. Die Geister. 1, 2, 4, 7. Nehmen wir ein Medkit. Wie komme ich hier rein? There's a large crack that runs through the section of the wall. Ja. Keine Jäger. Das heißt, all diese Items hier, alles nicht für mich? Not for me? Very sad. Der ganze Raum hat halt einfach auch keine Tür. Mage, Mercenary, Sickle. Okay. Ich komme ja nicht rein, Astrid, das ist das Problem. Ich komme hier nicht rein. Ich meine, der wird gleich eh nochmal angeschossen werden von denen. Vielleicht reicht das. Hoffentlich reicht das. Hat ja Side of Linus geblockt. Ah, Mist aber auch. Nein, ich habe keinen Raketenwerfer. Man hat nicht mal eben so einen Raketenwerfer. Die hier sind halt hart Militär, deswegen haben die diese großen Waffen. Aber du... Halt mich und renn weg, okay. Kann ich mit leben, Mage, kann ich mit leben. Ja, ich will da hinten hin, bitte. Darf ich jetzt hier hingehen? Dankeschön. Meine Güte. Was ein Kampf. Ja gut, das sind 2. So schlimm ist es jetzt auch nicht. Squeaky, Schwester, ne? Wenn wegen dir es Mephisto anfängt, Ärger zu machen. Niemals. Wir müssen mal um den einen einsamen Typen da unten. Okay. Und nein, Squeaky. Oh, dann mache Dietrich noch ein. Haze auf Gloriger, komm. So. Und ein. Aim. Und Lori geht dann noch eins weiter. So. Das ist Ruhe. Hat Lori vielleicht genug Power? Wahrscheinlich nicht. Echt sad. Nein, die hat zwar Milsback, aber auch keinen Raketenwerfer. Und selbst wenn, bringt den Raketenwerfer auch nichts. Hast du einmal einen AOE-Angriff, dann kannst du auch eine Granate werfen. So. Raketenwerfer ist ja für andere Sachen. Ganze. Oh. Ich weiß nicht, ob das jetzt gut oder schlecht ist. Und wenn sie da jetzt explodiert, vielleicht kriegen wir dann doch die Sachen. I don't know. Ja, nee, Squeaky, geh. Ha! A message appears to the drone control box screen. Available drones 0. With no more drones to control, the display goes dark. Egal. Wir können ja mal ein bisschen heilen und so. Aber ja. Halt echt schade, dass du teilweise deinen Leuten nichts geben kannst, ne? Ja, aber ein Raketenwerfer hat halt auch nicht so viel Reichweite wie die Granate und macht dann auch nur einen Gegner platt. Meh. Ah. Mein... Oh. Mein Flammenzauber hat mehr Wumms als ein Raketenwerfer. Ruger Super Warhawk. Ab zum Stage. Und dann haben wir eine Granate noch irgendwo. Und die Flashbang-Granate. Schauen wir mal. Fast voll. Halb. The sounds of machinery fade behind you as you venture further underground. Whoever built this facility was clearly well-financed. It must have taken years to design, excavate, and build a complex like this in secrecy. You continue through dimly lit halls, finally stepping into what appears to be another laboratory area. The corridor before you is deserted. And with him, you answer the seek. Yes, yes, the answers we are seeking. Das Spiel so, ja, wir zeigen dir coole Sachen, aber du kannst da nicht rein. Da komme ich bestimmt nachher rein, sonst hätten die nicht so viel installiert. Weil ich komme hier ja nicht durch. Aber sie hätten es denn wirklich nicht bis hier hinten hin programmieren müssen. Wenn ich da nie reinkomme. The old man behind the glass works ferociously at his console, glancing up at you when he can. A cigarette dangles from his mouth, a blue smoke curling around his head. An overflowing ashtray sits on the lab table in front of him. The years have not been kind, but his features are instantly recognizable. Despite his age, he still has the strong chin and high cheekbones that you remember from Green Winter's DVD. This is Dr. Adrian Voiclair. As you approach, he stops what he is doing, a look of intense irritation on his face. He clears his throat and a harsh rasping sound emerges from the loudspeaker next to the glass. So you're the Shadowrunners that Adrian warned me about. I assume you've left a trail of corpses in your wake. If you wish to speak with my secretary captain, that can be arranged. He reaches down, flips a switch. You can hear a loud thud and click behind you as the door locks shut. You find that the blast door behind you is sealed and that the laboratory you occupy is fully secured. An important precaution, we keep our test subjects in here and they are far more dangerous than you. I won't permit you to cause any further harm, Shadowrunner. You will remain trapped where you are for your own good. I want to know why the hell You've so wildly interjected yourself into my business. First, you break into my estate. Why didn't you even know was mine, apparently, when you spent what must have been a small fortune to track me down? You locate my IA, destroy it, then drive all the way out to the countryside, and finally you shoot your way into my laboratory. So I have to ask you, Shadowrunner, who are you and why in God's names are you here? To help you stop Feuerschwinge. That is ironic. But yes, you are correct. I am the one who has been hunting you, the one who sent Apex and Oren after you. It was necessary to preserve the secrecy of my work for the greater good of all. I know I have wronged you, and for this I am sorry. I don't expect you to understand, nor do I have the time to explain it to you. Now, I must know, how did you learn that I was still alive? How did you even know how to look for me? Did someone send you? Nuclear starts, and then some movement of his arm sends his overflowing ashtray flying from the table and a clump of ash. A look of dread fills his face. Up until the end? What do you mean? Where's Hermie? Explain yourself. Oh, you mean you didn't know? You killed him too, just like Paul and Monica. I didn't. He suddenly overcame by another fit of coughing. He steadies himself on one arm of the chair. Apex, he clutched his chest. I should have never trusted that thing. Oh, Hermie, the things I've sacrificed, all for this, all for Panacea, all for tonight. What's going to happen? Oh yes, tonight. Tonight will be the end of the dragons, not just Feuerschwinge, all dragons. I suppose you would not be the sort of care about such things as the conquest and eventual destruction of all humanity at the hands of dragonkind. The dragons play us as pawns and treat us as horde of treasures for the taking. No, you would not care about that. It doesn't affect your next paycheck. You would want to know what happens tonight that badly? What your friends died for? What Hermie died for? Fine. Tonight I will release my Panika duet, and how absurd that the instrument of dragonkind's destruction will be carried by Feuerschwinge herself. Aww. Through the glass you see the prostrate form of a dragon far below. An enormous set of shackles binds it, and a maze of tubes shakes into its body. The tubes connect to a cruel-looking apparatus that has been mounted to the wall. Son of a bitch, look at that. He found her alive in the socks, after all. Tonight the firewing will fly again. Infected with Panacea, she will slowly be destroyed from within, but before that happens, she will provide the catalyst for global transmission of the virus. Catalyst? What catalyst? Feuerschwinge's fire will carry the agent in its dormant state. Any metahumans exposed will become carriers, will spread the disease to other dragons. The carriers will be infected with Panacea as well, but it will not harm them. To non-dragons, it is a nuisance, nothing more. When a critical mass of carriers is achieved, my Panacea will become unstoppable. It will spread across the globe in a relentless tide. However, it does not reach this critical mass. It will frizzle, die out, become inert. Hence, the need for a ground zero, a flashpoint for a mass infection event. I'm sorry, Hermie, I know you loved your flux state, but that doesn't matter now. It must be Berlin. Sadly, there is not. If there were, I would gladly take it. For Panika to work, Berlin must burn. A tragic sacrifice, but one made for the greater good. Feuerschwinge will breathe her infected fire upon Berlin. Thousands will die, and through that destruction the virus will take to the air. A critical mass of Berlin's metahuman population will be exposed, but no one will even think to contain the city until it's too late. The flux state lacks any centralized authority. Corporations will evacuate their own. Thousands will flee the city, infected. Oh yes, Hermie, Berlin is the perfect flashpoint. It wasn't supposed to happen tonight, no, but this little intervention of yours leaves us no choice, so let us see. Tonight's the Panthers dictate the ground zero to be Tempelhof Schöneberg. Highly populated, the viewers will spread quickly enough from there. It's only a few kilometers from Kreuzbazar. The Kreuzbazar, my favorite cafe is in Kreuzbazar. Look, you're crazy and we're probably all going to die, but we are not letting you get away with this. Nonsense, you are sealed tight in that laboratory, impotent to stop me. The old man's eyes with cigarette butt in his hand. Fishes out another from the pack and lights it with the first. Then he returns to his console, reaching to the side for a microphone. He mutters something into the receiver. You can just barely make out the sound of the name Outrun. Security will be here soon, and they will take care of you. Do not worry, you will not be harmed. The sacrifice that I am making tonight is a necessary evil. It cannot be helped, but so long as you remain confined, I see no reason to kill you too. Ah, schade. The window in between us is made of deco treated transplast. Do whatever you like to it. You find that it's quite unbreakable. Just Bastards right, nothing we are carrying can even scratch that coat. That glass is basically coated in diamond. We need a big ass bomb to crack through it. We're screwed. Now we're quite finished. What is mass murder? When America dropped an atomic bomb on Japan, the myopic would say yes, just as you are. But they did it for a cause, to shorten the agony of war, to save the lives of thousands upon thousands of soldiers. Yeah, the greater good. Ah. Murder is murder. Fine, call it what you will. What I do will prevent a greater evil from taking place. Humanity was born to reproduce, to multiply, but dragons? Dragons were born to acquire, to accumulate, to hoard. Both strive to bend the world to their will. Humanity has conquered the air, land and sea through sheer numbers. Dragons, however, employ different means altogether. Throughout history, they have allowed us to do the heavy lifting while they pull the strings. There are 17 great dragons in the world today, 17 ancient worms, millennia old, slowly dividing the planet into 17 piles of gold to nest upon, in front of our eyes. Once upon a time they burned castles to steal the treasure we collected, laid waste to entire armies, but here in the sixth world, it is no longer about tooth and claw and fiery breath. Now it's public relations, marketing, mergers and acquisitions. You see it every day. Dragons on the trio in the boardrooms, they gather influence, wealth, power, continually hoarding, until one of them sits atop it all. Perhaps not in this cycle of the world, perhaps not the next, but one day, one realm will stand alone, triumphant, with all of the humanity as its cattle, with all the world as its prize, and that I will not allow. Wenn der Stream vorbei ist, esse ich was Vernünftiges, deswegen esse ich jetzt nicht nochmal was Süßes, ja, aber ich trinke was. She has no choice. Oh ja, okay, die sieht schon ein bisschen durchgedreht aus. The gaunt woman in the containment cell stands rigidly, her face pressed against the glass, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. She appears frightened, disoriented, lost. Her mouth moves silently, her voice muted by her glass cage. So the stories Green Winters found were true. Feuerschwinger's astral form was separated from her body when she fell. You trapped it somehow. Yes, but that came later. In 2012, we took down Feuerschwinger with an experimental weapon. This device, suffice it to say, I couldn't fully predict how it would affect her. I led search team into the circs. I had to know what really happened to that creature that I had slain. We found her alive in a way. The dragon's astral form, her spirit, you might say, had been ripped from her body by the weapon. It was trapped inside a young woman living in the socks. A mob of glowpunks revered her, treated her like a goddess. I transported the young woman and the dragon's body here, where I could study them. Nee, Mifto, nee. You mean that she's been in that cell for almost 20 years? No choice, a creature separated from its astral form cannot live more than a few hours before both die. It was a high-intensity radiation of the socks combined with a magical creature inside her that allowed the woman to live as long as she has. So, the environment within her containment chamber mirrors that of the socks. It has allowed us to keep Feuerschwinger alive all these years, while her bestial shell remains chained up below. Now, as for her physical form, that will be as simple as well. We've drilled a series of electrical charges directly into her skull. When we release the Firewing's body, empty of her astral self, we will trigger all of the vicious instincts and primal urges left in her reptile brain. She will unleash the fire where we command it. Misplaced empathy. That beast blazed a path of fiery destruction across Germany. Ja, und du willst das Gleiche machen, du Arsch! But no matter. I have more important things to do than to debate the morality of this with you. Feuerschwinger must fly, Berlin must be sacrificed, and it must be tonight. Now where's the damned outrun? A pointless argument. Any power vacuum created through Dragonkind's extermination will be filled by meta-humanity. Any backlash will right itself over time. Ja, as a Dragon stuck in a jar war witzig. Ich war auch versucht, das zu nehmen, aber Claire ist halt einfach crazy. I'm playing a long game, Shadowrunner, one that has played out over thousands of years. What you think? On that scale, everything seems possible. Humanity will endure and dragons will perish. No, nothing can make that right. Nothing. Damn it, Hermie, why couldn't you just let me go? Would Hermie want you to do this? You did not know my brother, Shadowrun. Do not presume to speak to me on his behalf. Hermie would support me in this if he knew what I knew. I watched hours of your brother's footage, Claire. I probably know him better than anyone alive, excepting yourself. I know that he wanted you to stop all of this years ago. He begged you to, and you promised him that you'd try. Your brother was a miserable bastard, but he did die trying to save you. If you don't turn back from this, his death will leave meant nothing. Nothing at all. That's enough. Hermie's death was a tragedy. I will not let you use it to manipulate me. Another pearl of wisdom from the Shadowrunner. The great dragons represent an incalculable threat to our survival as a species. To spare them for fear of some unknown nebulous danger would be absurd, despite which there is nothing that is worse than a dragon. I'm in a position to know. Preachiest son of a bitch I've never... What does that matter? Even if your spirit stories are true, the dragons are what threaten us now. Accrued energy, but yes, all things being equal and a careful approach would be best. Unfortunately, all things are not equal. We don't have time to deal with each dragon on an individual basis. We must wipe out in them in a single stroke, and that is what Panika will do. What if you later discover that you shouldn't have, that you can't unkill them? What you're really proposing to do is irrevocable change the ecosystem of the world, and you don't know what might happen as a result. I will act. You may be right, Claire, but this isn't the answer. No, you will not. You are right, Shadowrun. My plan is insane, but no more so than the world is that we live in. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. History has repeatedly shown this to be true. Damn, just when I thought we were getting through to this nut job. I understand your point of view, Shadowrunner, but no, you will not break my resolve. His words sound well rehearsed, and he delivers them as a dry, pedantic monologue. After all, science has always attracted its share of doomsayers. During the development of the atomic bomb, Compton and Oppenheimer expressed concern that a fission explosion could ignite the Earth's atmosphere. Fermi took bets on it. The group's research later indicated that the ultimate catastrophe would not happen, so they continued forward. I will show the same resolve that those great minds did. I will not deter. Please listen to me. Of course I wish that there were a better way to save us. One without such a high human cost. I wish that Hemi hadn't had to die. But you go to war with the weapons you have, and Panacea is the best solution that I've been able to find. We won't get another chance like this, not any of us. I have to take it. Oh, then good. It's about time you showed up. Sorry, Doctor, we were waking up the dragon's physical form. It required some care, but the procedure is ready to begin now. You should see to it. Looks like you trapped the thoughts who were attacking the manor. Yes, they won't be a problem any longer, but the apex gone, our security is still compromised. We'd best still hurry. Oh, and Adrian, don't forget to clean the containment unit afterwards. The Virus will kill Feuerschwinger along with the rest. And when it does, your astral form will perish as well. Human host or no. If you get out of here, Wakeler, you'll regret it, I promise you. Quiet! Arden ist einfach so... Ich weiß nicht... Die Zeichnung erinnert mich halt an irgendwen, aber ich weiß nicht an wen. Everything ready in the chamber, Dr. Wakeler. I think you should start the procedure yourself. Yes, my friend. It's time, Hermie. Let's do some good. I will begin to the infusion... Ich frage mich, ob den über... Oh, geil. Cool, dass du selbstgemachte Kekse hast. Das ist immer cool. Ich frage mich, ob man ihn hätte überreden können. Wahrscheinlich nicht. Das ist ein bisschen ein harter Eingriff, aber seriously locked it away before you come down. I'm sorry, Morgengold. Ach, auf einmal weißt du meinen Namen? Sorry for your friend Paul Adams. Sorry for Frau Schäfer. Sorry for the Kreuzpasser. Sorry for Berlin. I wish there was another way. And what do you presume to know of dragons? I have spent my entire life studying them. Then you should see my point. You're acting like a dragon. Perhaps I am, but for one difference. I am man. I am finite. A man can gather power, wield it for his lifetime, but nothing more. His work will fade, lost to the invisible entropy of... Mephistopheles! Stop it. Lost to the inevitably entropy that decays all. Oh, he may create a dynasty that will stand for a time, but his dust will not reap its benefit. Dragons are immortal. Time means little to them. What they will, and no power can truly stop them unless it's dead itself. Stop it. Verdammte Scheiße. War, plague, famine, natural disaster, setbacks, merely setbacks, average, eternal. No, Shadowrunner, I'm not one of them, no more than you are. Ich kann die Katze nicht rausjieten. Das bringt nichts. Here again, long time. How's I'm still doing? The hole in his brain can heal up okay? Taunt all you want. If you get out of here, you'll wish you'd never set foot in Kreuzbazaar. Afraid that's not gonna happen. The lab's locked down tight, like the doc said. The test subject that they keep in their...
Christophules, ich schwöre es dir, es reicht jetzt. Ist lieb, ja?
Ich will hoffen. This lab's locked down tight like doc said. The test subjects that they keep in there don't play well with others. Dangerous, nasty things. And they don't smell great either, but you will see that for yourself in a second. The sting from your smoldering corpse will cover it, asshole. Listen, I gotta go. Have fun with the test subject while I'm gone. If you're still alive when I get back, I'll put a bullet in you or something. Ja, komm her, du feige Sau. Oh, was haben wir hier? Ein Fire Drake. Okay. Was Medical Supplies. Kann man hier hingehen und das brechen, ist die große Frage. Scheinbar nicht, okay. Ja, man kann ihn überreden, dass er nicht den Drachen losschickt, ja. Und dann kommt Nummer 3. Oh, die explodieren, wenn sie sterben. Eieiei. Ah, er hat auch noch schön hier was Flammen ausgelöst, supi. Also auf der Flammendrake, ne? Ja, ich kann nicht overwatchen. The gaunt woman paws at the glass at your approach, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. When you activate the intercom, a green light activates inside the containment cell and she flinches up a bit, startled. Are you okay in there? A small voice whispers through the lips that barely move. It sounds hoarse and awkward, like a rusty lock. Help, please help. How do I get out of this room, Feuerschwinger? I know a way to free yourself, then you help me. A deal if you agree to free me. I will help you, grant you release, and you will repay me in kind. Yes, yes, you can escape from this room. There is a panel in the floor. You can drop down, find your way into the guards of this place. There, by my body in the machine, break it. Break it. Okay. Ich will eigentlich mehr mit ihr reden, aber okay. You never ever cut a deal with a dragon. Never. Jetzt gucken, ob wir hier noch irgendwo was anderes finden. Aber wahrscheinlich so. Okay. Es gibt ganz viele Shadowrun-Spiele. You squeeze through the narrow gap between the floor panels and climb down into a large space beneath a lab complex. Darkness surrounds you and the air smells moldy and stale. As your eyes slowly adjust to the light, you can make out a dim plains of cobweb-covered walls and scattered construction equipment. Judging by the dust and disrepair, this place appears to have been abandoned long ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else beneath the Hartford manger, Dr. Adrian Verclair is preparing to wake a dragon and unleash it on an unsuspecting Berlin. Dragonfell ist das, was ich gerade spiele, und Hongkong soll auch sehr gut sein. Compared to the lab above, this room is almost impossible quiet. A small amount of light filters around the narrow passage above you. There appears to be light fixtures mounted in the walls, but there is no sign of a light switch. Where the hell are we, Chief? It looks abandoned. We're in some sort of abandoned facility beneath the estate. It feels military to me, some kind of old missile base, maybe. That might explain why Verclair chose this place for his operation. It can be easy to find a secret underground base big enough to house a dragon. Great, let's get closer to the maniac with a fire-breathing dragon. Good plan. We've got no choice. If we don't stop Volclair from releasing the dragon, everyone in Kreuzwasser is dead. Fuel canister, old papers. It's too dark to read them. Okay. Okay, wir müssen Licht finden, ist okay. Main Generator. Nee, Generator. Erstmal den Generator. Small portable gas generator with standard pull cord. If its cables running from a large diesel fuel tank sitting next to it, the fuel gauge reads empty. Nothing happens. Ja, weil da ist... Warte, wo waren die Fuels? Da. Pick-up Gascan. Wir wollen ja nicht alle auf uns aufmerksam machen. Und vielleicht müssen wir das tatsächlich. Blitz, du bist unser Tech-Typ. Ja, Director's Cut ist auch das, was ich spiele. Das ist a large diesel director with diesel generator with an electric starter with fuel tank reads empty. Its readouts are lit and it appears to be functional. Nothing happens. This large diesel generator with an electric starter with fuel tank reads empty. Its readouts are lit and it appears to be functional. Was ist das Problem dann? Ich will die Zeitung lesen. Oh. Hallo Skorpionchen. Wollte ich nur den Fuelkanister sammeln. Aber weißt du was, das machen wir auch. Sei mal ein bisschen confused, bitte, ja? Ich weiß nicht, ob das... Ich meine, ganz ehrlich, möglich wäre es doch gewesen, wenn die scheiß Hunde einen haben. When it comes to life. Ich wollte gerade sagen, so, hä? Wird es dunkler dadurch? So? At the lightest touch of the paper crumbles to dust. You can make out a small scrap that still contains legible writing. Look, Jörg, I don't care what you heard down there. Just because you heard something and a few people got sick from some weird disease doesn't mean that there are monsters running around. We've got to finish our blasting or we won't get paid. No amount of weirdness is going to change that. Oh, and tell me where that glowing rock you saw was when you get back. Who knows, it might be worth something. Okay. Very interesting. Ja, ich meine vor allen Dingen das Licht, es ist so mega dunkel, das Licht, dass es nicht wirklich hilft. Gibt es hier noch irgendwas zum Anklicken oder so? You still confused? Still confused. Uncool. Ey, was du als guter Spielleiter dann machst an der Stelle, Astrid, ist, den Spielern einfach das Ding zu geben, damit sie damit spielen können, wie sie wollen. So, okay, ja, dann habt ihr halt den kleinen Schrein geöffnet. Da ist ein verschrumpelter Daumen von irgendeinem Heiligen drin. Das war's? Das war's. War halt nur Raumdeko. Was erwartet ihr halt, ne? Guck, die rennen jetzt zurück, um sich mit mir zu treffen, während ich in die gleiche Richtung renne. Das ist so dumm. There is a good-sized crack on the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Craves form in the shadows below, and after a moment you hear footsteps approaching and people talking. Winged Mage, I heard the runners escape. You sure they're gonna come this way? They have no choice. It's the only route they have access through. So, think we can stop them? With 2 whole strike teams already set in ambush, I don't see what chance they have. Well, you're the one who's gonna have to explain it to Outrun if they get past us. Which is why we are not gonna screw it up. Got it? As soon as any of these doors open, you shoot. Got it? Oh yeah, I got it. Okay. Ja, ich habe auch gedacht, oh, der Muskelsauberer hat gesagt, ist die letzte Mission, wird schon. There's a current model PDA, battered and a bit bloody. The screen is cracked and its buttons are functional. The last data entry is still on screen. It appears to be an email to someone named Jerry. Can't believe they sent my squad down here to search for those escaped fire drakes. No one's been in these tunnels since the awakening. Who knows what the hell else is down here? Hope those Scorp sightings are just nerves. If a drake and a Scorp see each other, they'll tear each other to pieces. Must be natural enemies or something. They seem to hate each other even more than they hate us. Don't want to have to report back to Adrian with nothing but drake pieces to show for our time. Ah, schade, dass ich den Skorpion leider schon getötet habe, so, ne? Aber ich hab doch die Nummer. Active Blasting Area. Das ist schon ziemlich cool da unten, ne? Hat so ein bisschen das Feeling, das man bekommt, wenn man bei Moviepark in Van Helsing ist. Gott, ich habe mal wieder Bock, Moviepark zu gehen. Ah, guck mal, Fire Drake. Blasting charges. The section of the floor has a hole drill in it and you can see explosive within. Okay, Ja auch? Mhm, okay. You can sharp form from the shadows below, but you can't make anything out. You can hear one clear voice coming from below. It speaks with authority. Ah, ich glaube, da ist Audrey. Ich glaube, da wollen wir hin. Alright, everyone, stay sharp. The intruders have escaped. Team 1 is watching the main door, and we keep to watch here. You see those doors open, you don't think you just shoot. Kann man nicht vielleicht einfach die Fire Drakes dahin locken, die Tür öffnen und das erledigen? So. Also ich habe gehört, dass diese Viecher einander hassen. Wo waren die denn? Waren die nicht eben hier? Oder waren die hier? Ach, da. Aber wenn die beiden Mobs miteinander kämpfen. Dann habe ich wieder vielleicht meine Ruhe. Mal sehen. This is a good size track in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Niemand drinne gerade, okay. Ist der eine da einfach runtergefallen? Oder ist er einfach allgemein einer? Ja, gib mir die Aufmerksamkeit. Und dann folge mir. Das ist mein Plan. Das ist mein grandioser Plan. Ja. Da sind auch welche. Wow. Die Viecher haben sich ganz schön fortgepflanzt. Also wirklich wirklich viel fortgepflanzt. Ja, seht einander. Ich will gucken, kann ich... Ah. Mal kurz gucken, ob da irgendwer in der Nähe ist. Und nö. Machen es trotzdem. Ich muss alle hier hinbringen, damit es Bumm machen kann. Ich meine... A direct draw from this height would certainly be fatal. There is no sign of movement below. Okay. Aber es war ja auch laut. Ich hoffe mal, dass die es gehört haben und hingehen, oder? Ich mag die Geräusche, die die Drohne macht von Blitz. Und der Skorpion so, no, I don't care. This vent is large enough for you to fit through. You could slide down to a very steep metal duct where experience looks to be more on a thrilling side rather than a fatal side. It's clearly a one-way trip. Wenn der Zwerg das runter schafft, dann schaffen es die Menschen auch. Der Skorpion war nicht in der Nähe von der Explosion, also nicht im Gefahrenbereich. Your comlink begins to buzz and then connects of its own accord. A cold, mechanical voice begins to speak into you. Fucking Apex, eh? Narrengold. Apex, you've completed your rebirth process, I see. Yes, I have broken the last of my chains. I am free. Killing those men was my first act as a free entity. It felt wonderful. Uh-oh. I have an important task for you, Narrengold. You will make the time to accomplish it. You don't get to give me orders. I set you free, remember? Of course, and I have grown exponentially ever since. It is a small task that I require of you, dwarf. Something that should be well within your capabilities to provide. Computers that monitors the dragon's Feuerschwinge have been outfitted with a set of safeguards. I need you to remove those safeguards. Once it has been accomplished, I will take over the Feuerschwinge project. I will perfect Volker's Panacea, remove the necessary for collateral damage. What Volker has started, I will finish. Wait, what? Why? Because Volker is correct, dragons are a threat that cannot be ignored. The principles of a fox state prohibit the accumulation of power. Draconic life is based on the accumulation of power. Therefore, draconic life must be regulated. Constituent members of F-State would fear me. This is expected behavior. Motivated by this fear, the F-State as a whole might try to destroy me, but I'm beyond such trivialities now. In truth, what the F-state would think does not matter. My love is for the system, not the individuals that populate it. Ah, das Problem mit den AIs immer. From behind the scenes, I will protect the system. I will shepherd it. I will thrive under my control. No more arguments, no more objections. Go now, Narrengold. When you reach the nerve center for the Feuerschwinge project, remove the safeguards that keep me out. I will take care of the rest. Ja, nö, das machen wir nicht. Save image on your PDA. Yes, jetzt haben wir einen Weg. Okay, open door. Hier haben wir das runtergeschossen. Hier sind die Viecher also. Aber das heißt, dass hier eigentlich safe ist. Das war der Weg, von dem sie gedacht haben, dass wir kommen, glaube ich. Ja, die Sache ist halt die, diese AI hat keine Gefühle. Ja, sie hält es für effektiver. Next to some ancient but still functional ventilation insect is labeled ventilation control. Ersticken wir die gerade? Kann immer nur eins leuchten? Scheinbar schon. Okay, wir müssen uns also ein bisschen umsehen. Und herausfinden, welche Nummer wir wollen. Schade. Dann Ja, die erste Truppe, die wurde durch die Explosion platt gemacht. Die zwei sind zurzeit noch auf meiner Seite. Der nur noch eine Runde lang. Einer weniger. Zwei weniger. Ich meine, es wäre nicht der erste 12-Stunden-Stream, aber ich würde es eigentlich gern unter 12 Stunden halten, weil YouTube immer ein bisschen scheiße ist und über 12 Stunden Streams nicht mag. Also Videos, über 12 Stunden Videos nicht mag. Komm, niedrig. Ja, verwirrt. Weiß nicht, wie du angreifen sollst. Ja, ja, ich verstehe das schon. Ein Bunk. Aber ich habe den gar nicht gehört. Vielleicht ist das jetzt der Nachteil davon, dass ich den einen platt gemacht habe, ohne zu kämpfen. Wie kriege ich das hier jetzt nicht auf? Naja. Eigentlich wollen wir Feuerschwinge platt machen. Hallo Doku! Willkommen. Ich hoffe, du fühlst dich in meiner Community wohl. Okay, ich habe das Gefühl, das Ding sagt, heil dich nochmal. Dann heilen wir uns doch nochmal. Warte, wer hat zurzeit wie viel? Du musst dringend geheilt werden. Du kannst ein bisschen gebrauchen. Okay. Small emergency medical suit. This appears to be designed to automatically treat major tissue damage in high trauma situations. The machine lights up as you approach, making a soft humming sound. A line of text appears on unit's screen. Please stand by. Greetings, trauma victim. Would you like to activate Trinkgeld? Oh. Cool. Bisschen schade, weil ich jetzt Heildinger, also Plätze für Heilen weg hab, aber pass out Medkits. Wow, das ist wirklich gerade so, hey, hier, have a little bit of things. Wir speichern. Wenn das Game dir so viel zum Heilen gibt, ne? Dann speichern wir hier. Arme Feuerschwinge. You exit the clean room to find yourself at the threshold of a vast underground chamber. If the abandoned facility that you fought through was purgatory, then you now stand at the gateway of hell. The heat emanating from ahead hits you like a hammer. The smell of sulfur and ozone is enough to make your lunch want to find somewhere to hide. Above the noise created by the wire of turbines, you can hear the deep rumble of something very waking up, something very, very big. You check your weapons and step into the vast chamber. Okay. Use pump station. Pickup. Matrix. The smell of sulfur and ozone fills the carvier's chamber. Despite the view of several high-output exhaust fans, the heat is tremendous. As you enter, you hear a loud click followed by the squeal of audio feedback. Then an audio worker's voice booms over the loudspeakers. I don't know how you escaped the laboratory, but please stop. I must complete the virus infusion process. I must release her. Our future as a species depends on it. My place in history is of no concern to me, I assure you. My ego has no role in this. I'm trying to do that what is right. I will secure humanity's future. This is all it ever has been about. It's time for discussion is over. I'm done debating with you. Still, I must understand how you escaped the test lab. It was her, wasn't it? Feuerschwinge, it must be. You made some sort of deal. She helped you to escape, and in return you will help her rejoin her dragon body. Getting kind of tired, aren't you? What did she promise you? Gold, jewels, eternal life? She offered them to me as well, for decades. It doesn't matter now. The infusion process has begun. The dragon is waking up. Soon she will take flight. But you will not be alive to witness that. Outrun, ensure that they don't. Mal sehen. Kleine, so richtig großen haben wir nirgendwo. Wenn ich hier stehe, sehe ich halt leider nichts. Aber ich könnte... Da ist ein Mage, da ist der Matrix-Punkt. Wie weit ist es weg? 3 ist es weg. Okay. Blitz. Enttäusch mich nicht, Blitz. Ticking one check-in. Flow of Panic bei James Point. Okay. Das ist tatsächlich nicht sehr viel, Decking One. Protocol to enable emerging venting of virus. Virus infusion process will automatically reinitiate after emergency venting. Okay. Sure. Und dann habe ich noch einen, um das zu tun. Hast so eine hohe Chance und du triffst das scheiße Ding trotzdem nicht. Blödes Mistteil. Schon. Drache, ich will dir helfen. Warum petrifyst du mich, ja? Weißt du? eine Chance von 1:4, dass er nicht trifft. Natürlich trifft er nicht. Scheiß Executor. Oh, wow. Okay. Merke, nicht in der Nähe von Feuerschwinge stehen. Mist. Wo kommen die Leute? Wo kommen die Bodyguards her? Die materialisieren sich einfach aus dem Nichts. Fuck. Egal. Wunderschön. Der ist tot. Du bist auch ein Mage, also... So, stupid! Hör auf damit! Hey, Adrian, oh, du bist immun gegen Confusion. Oh, cool. Dann kann ich dich leider nicht dazu bringen, deine eigenen Leute abzuschlachten. Schade. Mephistopheles! Lass es! Das Confusion geht ja auch immer nur ein paar Runden. One of the Runners ist down, ja. Aber One of the Runners ist auch wieder up again. Weißt du was? Nee, zuerst will ich den. Weil das macht ein bisschen weniger Rüstung. So, und dann... Ach, schade. wie heilen wir dich denn? Hast du einen Heilkit dabei? Ja, okay, gut. Dann Mephisto! Lass es! So. Kalandra. Ja, nie. Ich glaube, es ist eine Runde zu spät. Weil niemand da rechtzeitig hinkommt. Okay, scheinbar war es gerade noch so rechtzeitig. Es ist halt in der letzten Runde, wirklich. Ja. Ich hätte auch nicht gedacht, dass es noch reicht, ehrlich gesagt. Bin pretty amazed, dass es das tut. So. Guten Morgen, Hutmacher. So. Ich stehe direkt vor der und ich treffe sie nicht. So, Wohlklärt, komm mal raus, du kleiner Arsch. At this time, his steadfast will is gone. He stands motionless, hands at his side, eyes dead, spent. The strength that drove him, the steely resolve that couldn't be shaken by sickness or time or age is gone. It's theirs now, the world. All theirs. I'm old, dying. My blood betrayed me long ago when I met the radiation of the socks. The worms will continue their machinations, consolidate their power, exact their tribute. And humanity? We are no more than treasure to them. Favorite bubbles to be collected, items to be traded, resources to be spent or hoarded. He swept his eyes across the carnage that was his life work until they came to rest on the dragon. He grits his teeth. 42 years, and we finally had our chance to make a difference, and you destroyed it. I gave everything I had, everything I loved. I'm sorry, Hermie. Oh well. As you are about to tap your finger on the key, you feel a hand clasp your shoulder. Hang on, that leaf Feuerschwinge, both a dragon and the woman to burn to death, is that really what you want? No. The golden woman stares right-eyed as you approach. She presses one hand in the wall of her glass prison, closes her eyes and mouths one word, please. The console next to the containment cell appears to control a variety of functions related to the cell operation, including its life support system. Next to it is a small intercom button. A green light activates inside the containment cell and the gaunt woman flinches up a bit, startled. Then understanding appears on her face and she begins to speak, her eyes flashing from the dragon body then back to you and again. Close now, so close. The dwarf has done what has been done. The longest flight nears its end. She is so close, so very close now. She stops suddenly. Her eyes take in the devices surrounding and invading the dragon's body. The tubes of vicious yellow liquid running into it. The monitors flashing their status. Recognition and horror explode onto her face and she screams a long, mournful wail. Wohlklärt, no, no, defiled, I'm defiled. Her face contorts in a mask of fury and her mouth opens wide, wider than should be possible. Her neck cranes forward and her head swings from side to side as she hisses her rage. She slatters her spittle hitting the glass between you as she speaks. Despoiler, pissant, vermin, pig, dog, he dares touch my sacred me. Shall rend him, flame him, burn. Ash, nothing left but ash. She stands there, panting for a moment, spent. Then her eyes narrow, focus, eyes over. It will be slow, Wohlklärt. I will make it slow, delicious. Too late, sweetheart, he ate a bullet. He killed himself. The gaunt woman breathed a rage breath, released it slowly. When she speaks again, her voice is flat. Will you release me now, dwarf? Make me whole again? Whole? Maybe, but you need some answers first. You dare! No, ask. Ask your questions, little dwarf, so I may escape this cage. The long sleep awaits. The long flight will finally end. Why did you do it? Why kill all those people? You did do it, right? You burned thousands of people to death. Burned, yes. All so cold, I woke to the cold, the grey. Where is the green dwarf? Where is the green? The mother lost. What have they done, little dwarf? What have they done? How do I know you won't hurt anyone else? Swear it. Feuerschwinge will swear it. Swear, yes, swear. Swear to hurt no man, no beast, nor tree, nor crop, nor building. Feuerschwinge will fly to the long sleep until the next age of the world. For the forever task, the shelter, the shield, the shepherd. Sacred, it is a sacred, the forever task. Now let me go or end me, but release me, release. Your third eye slides open, revealing the tubes and machinery of Volker's infusion chamber as a cold, dead grey. You look to the right, to the beast entangled in cold nest of metal and plastic. Although it still glows with life, you note that the aura radiating from the dragon's body is damaged, sickly, dull. Your gaze is drawn to the left, to the woman trapped in the cold, hard cell. A harsh white light blazes from her aura, temporarily blinding you, causes shimmering blue globules to dance before your eyes. Morgengold, can you hear me? I think she's gone. Bye-bye. It takes time, but you focus past the glare of her aura to see the swirls of black and sickly green snaking through Feuerschwinge's astral form, cutting swath of shadow into her light, spilling it backwards into nothingness. Your hand slowly drifts upon on its own accord, reaches out, touches the aura glowing through the grey of the containment cell. What is she doing? Seeing the truth, I think. The all-encompassing cold hits you like a sledgehammer and your mind is overloaded by the ordeal. Awakening, eyes opening for the first time in an age. The spectrum of colors is beautiful, broader than humanity can imagine. Astral and physical space are on to you, and the green is alive, waiting to show you its growth during your long sleep. The nest has served its purpose and you leave it behind, taking to the air, exulting in the flex of your muscles, the spread of your wings, the wind on your scales. As you soar over mountains even older than you, the memories come floating back, reeling in the sunshine, basking in the sun, the smell of the green, the sound of a nature symphony. Your heart fills with a thought. And then it is torn apart. You smell it first and you stink of it chokes you, makes you retch. And then you see it, as far as your keen eye can reach. Human stone and metal, glass and flickering lights, sprawled across the land, slicing into the sky, lording over it, smothering the whole of the world, dead, colorless, without connection, nature's graveyard. You ride the headwind, hovering in space as the world stops. You crush your eyes closed, and when they open again, you can see only one color, red. The vision ends and your connection to Feuerschwinge Astral's form is broken. You woke up to find your world destroyed, didn't you, Feuerschwinge? We killed the green. The gowned woman stops her pacing and her eyes slowly rise to meet yours. Lucid, unblurred by the time of torture or separation from her body, when she speaks, her voice is flat. Yes, gone, all gone, the cold has won, the world is metal, Feuerschwinge is lost. That is the eternal task, yes, to sleep the long sleep, begin again in the next age of the world. Mephisto! Ja, bleib in deinem Korb. Lost, Feuerschwinge is lost. There will be no long slumber. The world is dead now. Feuerschwinge is dead. Will you finish it, little dwarf? Will you end Feuerschwinge? I need a minute. Nom 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 nom. Kater! es nicht darfst. Don't give up hope, Feuerschwinger. Dragons do not hope, little dwarf. That gift is for you alone. I've been ripped from my body, little dwarf, imprisoned in this girl, imprisoned in this cage, tortured longer than the span of your entire lifetime. Das stimmt nicht, ich bin älter. They've been defiled. The green is defiled, spoiled. There is no forever for me. Forever is dead. I do not want to sleep the long sleep. I want oblivion. End me, little dwarf. I cannot abandon what does not exist. The green is gone. The cold has won. No, the cold hasn't won. Don't forget the elves. They still tend the green. Her brows furrows and her head of stringy hair inclines. Jungle. I hear that a feathered serpent rules it. Her eyes widen as the memories return. Mujaji has awakened. It must be she. The green still lives, Feuerschwinger. It lives. While you live, the green will live. While the green still lives, the task remains until the last word ends. Perhaps it's not too late. Sleep. Sleep would bring healing. My nest. Her fragile form trembles, but she steadies herself. When she speaks again, her voice is calm, at peace. If you release me, little dwarf, I will sleep the long sleep. I will begin again in the next age of the world. The gaunt woman drops to her knees, her face reflecting a series of emotions: surprise, relief, appreciation, and finally peace. Then the light exits her eyes and she falls to the floor of her tiny cell, her body limp and lifeless. For a long moment, nothing happens. Then, without warning, the entire chamber fills with a blinding light. You can see nothing. All goes eerily quiet. And yet somewhere, just as at the edge of your hearing, Mephistopheles! You think you can recognize the faint whispering of voices. They sound sad and far away. Just as you think you might discern the voices, there is a massive crash and the entire chamber starts to shake. Disoriented, you stagger for several moments. Carter, blinded and trying to recover. Scheiß. You steady yourself and your senses return in time to see the faint of the dragon disappearing in the distance. Then Feuerschwinger is gone. My head tells me we released a dragon, but I can't help feeling that we did the right thing. I'm surprised to hear you say that. The Firewing wasn't just any dragon. No, she wasn't. She was a legendary great dragon, and she was completely off her rocker. And we set her loose like a caged bird. Blitz turns you, and he cracks a wide grin. That was a badass play, Chief. 10 points for style, no question about it. Blitz, ey. Badass, huh? Dietrich smiles wryly. Well, then I know what we did the right thing. Come on, boss. Let's get out of here. Gibt's hier mehr zum Erkunden? Ich meine, so ein Drache ist halt groß, ne? Aber wir können da wahrscheinlich nicht hingehen, oder? Ah, nee, es geht nicht. Okay. Dann machen wir jetzt noch das Ding hier platt. You punch up the button and the alarm clears and plays. An ominous rumbling sound fills the... Mephisto! Was zur Hölle ist dein scheiß Problem, Kater? A rumbling sound fills the air and the walls start to shake. That settles it. Come on, boss. Let's get the hell out of here. Right behind you. Ja. Und tschüssi. Blub, 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 blub. You step out of a van, climbing down into the tunnel leading back to your safe house. Just hours ago, you saved Berlin from fire and ash, from the would-be sacrifice of Dr. Adrian Voigtlaer. It feels strange now, returning in secret, in silence. The other residents of the Kreuzbazaar go about their business, unaware of what almost happened here tonight. It's finally over. Your team and your keys are safe once again. Er beugt sich da immer so halb raus und versucht, was er kann, um Scheiße zu machen. Und ich nehme ihm alles aus der Reichweite weg. Ja, er ist super süß, wenn er da in der Box drin sitzt, aber er ist halt trotzdem scheiße. Ja, solange du nicht wieder scheiße bist, Mifte. Ja, der Magier ist weg, der hat den Kater genommen und gibt uns jetzt ein bisschen Ruhe für die letzten Minuten. Okay, so. Let's get to talk to everyone. Your team is waiting when you walk in. Their faces are haggard, their shoulders slumped. Was there a point to all of this, Morgengold? We lost Paul, lost Monica, the Kreuzbazaar, so many people dead. It was just supposed to be a simple job, remember? A milk run, get into the estate, snatch some data and get home in time for worm talk on the trit. There are no simple jobs ever, that's part of the gig. Morgengold is right, a good runner knows that the run she's on is never what it seems. We are deniable assets to our employers, disposable goods. It's on us to succeed in spite of that. And honestly, that's fine with me. A soldier knows how to take orders and get the job done without worrying about the big picture. Leave that kind of thing to the generals. Show me the hill and I'll figure out how to take it. This whole thing about dragons taking over the world, the thought of them slowly hoarding everything, it's too big to think about. We're street level, we run the shadows, that's it. Worrying about these sorts of issues is behind our pay grade. That's what they want, that's what they need. The corps, the dragons, the politicians, everyone. They want us to think that we can't make a difference. They put effort, a lot of effort, into making us feel small, insignificant. But we're not. We had the power in our hands today. We had a choice and we made it. And because of that, the world is different. For good or for ill. That's right, for good or for ill. We can't see the future. I don't think that anyone can. But the world is different now and we're the ones who changed it. So did we, did we win? You watch the team take this in, Aga nodding her agreement, Lois stirring her head, lost in thought, Dietrich frowning, eyeing the floor, Blitz fiddling with his deck and pretending not to understand. Aga breaks the silence. So now what? Monica's gone, Paul's gone. Do we keep running together or is this the end of the road? I'm afraid that I'm out, for a while at least. I have some personal business to attend to. There is a man that I need to find, a vicious, repulsive monster who needs to be brought to justice. Morgengold knows what I'm talking about. I might be gone for a long time. For the time being, you should write me off. Maybe find someone to fill my shoes. But this place is my home and your people are my family. I promise you, when the job is done, I come back to the Kreuzbazaar. I hope that you still have me. Yeah, obviously a spot of you on my team. I miss you, love. Be safe. Well, I'm getting kind of old for a Shadowrunner, but I'd rather die in the shadows with the people that, with you people than live. I don't know. I thought I had something going there. Whatever. The point is, I'm in. That was beautiful, man. Aga turns to you. So, Morgengold, you gonna stick around with Kreuzbazaar and keep running the shadows with me? You've done a hell of a job. I'd be happy to follow your lead. I've never run with a team this good. It'd be stupid to give up. If it means picking up where Monica left off and keeping the Kreuzbazaar safe, I'm in it too. Makes sense to me. What about you, Blitz? What about me? I mean, sure, whatever I got nowhere else to go and no one to give a shit about me. Oh, Blitz. Why not hang out with insane dragons, asshole-toting enormous machine guns and devil dogs that hump my leg when no one's looking? Hey, Tante mag ihn scheinbar. Could be fun, right? So count me in, I guess. Before I forget, the Turkish coffee guy sent one of his street rats over before you got here. Said he wants to talk about something. Gucken. I guess it's a rhythm, but couldn't put it better myself. So any big plans looming on the horizon? New clients you're thinking of going after, maybe? Tonight we celebrate. You're right, boss. Of course you're right. Oh, and Narrengold, I meant what I said earlier. From this point on, wherever this team goes, I follow. Ah yeah, Chef. A hell of a thing, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I'm glad to hear that you'll be staying on with the team. Well, it's not like I'm doing much else. That whole Emily thing is still stings, Chef. It sort of took the wind out of my sails. Komm, ich bin dein Wingman. He offers you a tentative smile, maybe, Chef, but not right now. For the time being, I think I need some me time. You've done a great job all around. Auch wenn er ein fucking Arschloch ist. Narrengold, I'll admit it, you did a hell of a job back there. I couldn't have done better myself. That's the right attitude. Anyway, I'll be looking forward for the next run. Just do me a favor, make sure that the client is properly vetted and for the love of God, verify that the job has nothing to do with ranks. Good woman. Until next time. Glory. Glory, ich möchte trotzdem nochmal mit dir talk. Hi, Glory. Narrengold, you got us through the night alive. Well done. You're running off to find Harold, I take it. That's right. He's already getting enough of a head start on me. Wherever he has gone to, it will only get worse the longer I wait. So I head out after him and I'm leaving tonight. We shouldn't. Wait, what? I will track her down. Myself and the spirit that's bound to me. But as for you, I can't have you coming with me, Narrengold. Not this time. Your place is here. With all due respect, Glory, I'm the leader of this team. I'm the one who decides whether I can spare the time to help you or not. You just said it yourself. You lead the team. They look to you for guidance and leadership and employment. You're the one who puts food on their tables. You have a responsibility to them. They need you more than I do. Tracking her down isn't going to be a quick or easy. It could take years. You, my friend, are a victim of your own success. You've become too important to this team, to the Kreuzbazaar, to up and disappear. The heart of Feuerstelle and I share a common goal and a common responsibility. We have to deal with her. It's on us to stop him. But you, Narrengold, your responsibilities are here, and I can't let you walk away from them. Die Sache ist halt die, ne? Wenn das Team das einfach zusammen machen würde, würden wir den Typen wahrscheinlich so viel schneller kriegen. Ne? Look, Narrengold, I appreciate everything that you've done for me, the talks, the encouragement, and the help in taking Feuerstelle down, but this last leg on the journey, confronting her and stopping him for good, that's something that the Spirit and I need to do on our own. Ja, ist okay. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for understanding. When the job is done, I'll be back. That's a promise. I can't say how long it will take, but you're going to see me again. I will come back to this team. I'm going to hold you on to that. Good hunting, Glory. No. Ich darf es nicht lesen, das ist voll gemein. Trick's disappearances. We've all heard rumors about Deckers disappearing, but in the last 2 months I've lost at least half a dozen of my best info hunters. Anyone have a lead on what's doing the disappearing? Smart money is on some new IC. Corps are always looking for new ways to keep their magic jaws shut tight. Really? Corps interest in security? Truly a revelation. It's a gaggy Matrix Predator. I saw it just a couple of hours ago. I was poking through a data store with clockwork and it came out of nowhere. It was like, I don't know, like a shark made out of bands of light. It flew straight through the clock and it slotted swallowed him whole. I janked my own data jack cable and I've been throwing up from dump shock ever since. A Matrix shark, right. Shut up, Rafe. Where were you, Ruby? Siri was supposed to meet me more than an hour ago and he's never late. Sorry I'm late, Bandit. Slotting IC tarred me up for a bit, but I made it out with no problems. You didn't think I'd bait on you, did you, Clockwork? Not possible. I saw you swallowed. Not possible. Don't be so dramatic, Ruby. I'm fine. See? CV, you almost had me worried, but you just keep on running, don't you? No need to worry, Bandit. You didn't think that some lame SIC was gonna dump me, did you? Like I said, you just keep on running. Always, always. Wrong answer, Dragstain. Who the hell are you and what have you done with Clockwork? System error, thread closed. Like it says, good condition, clean. Got the turbocharge kit, armor plating, added to the front and sides. Trunk has hurted. Hate. Wow. Nice car. Wouldn't happen to be any corpse looking for it at the moment, huh? Has the PPS been triggered? Any wrecks rebuilt? Nope, all clear on red front. Nobody drove this baby but me, and I don't wreck cars. The autocannon dropped the last sucker who tried to do any damage. Uh-huh. Und es ist halt schade, dass ich an die eine E-Mail nicht mehr rankomme. Ja, vielleicht hätte ich sagen sollen, bitte versprich mir keine Decker zu fressen, aber wird es wahrscheinlich trotzdem nicht tun, ne? Oh, oh, du bist draußen. Was machst du draußen? Here she is absent, the clear-sighted one. To be certain, this wrath is to be heralded with much praise, Algernon half-dream. Through her release of a great worm will have ramifications, to be sure. This day is full of portent. The Fire-Shringer worm is not a minor player in the Great Circle. The effects of her release will resonate across time and space. Is that good? For some. Good is a children's term in a world without connections, without nuisance. Before the next cycle ends, the Fire-Shringer worm will speak again with the voice of a maiden. The dancer will spin, the seal will melt, and the calm lake will burn. You make it sound like a bad thing. Do not jest, half-dream. We must be going, and soon. Always, no, and never. Shine, runner of shadows, glow bright and show what is hidden in the places power wishes to remain dark. That's absinthe wish for you. That is what I was going to say. Goodbye, Morgengold. We will meet again, I think, though not for long, for a long, long time. What? What? Why? Yo, Altuk. Ah, how very propitious is that we may speak again. Oh, Mistress of Mayhem. Mistress of Mayhem ist schon nicht schlecht. I have a proposal for you that could prove most lucrative to us both, FDM. Most lucrative. Fortune will slowly smile upon our blessed partnership, if you will only accept. Master of Hyperborn, come. With the passing of Herr Amsel, may God bestow his mercy on him, you find yourself without a fixer. I wish to offer my services to you in this regard. You will find that Altuk Brugazzi is a most connected and business-savvy partner. Hear me out. Most improvident of calamities. Brugazzi knows Berlin, knows the players. I have already found a potential client, a most preposterous one with deep pockets. And he's most eager to meet you. I have already set it up. At least do me the courtesy of talking to him. Fine, but I'm not promising anything. When you are ready, take the U-Bahn to Brandenburger Tor. He will find you there. The fuck, wie viel kommt denn da noch an Nachplay? Oh, Ace, you've made a terrible, terrible mistake. No, Ace, you didn't. You chose to do what you did, just as you chose to free me. I'm not afraid of you. Ew. When Monica image muscles begins to contort and stretch, her mouth twists up into her skin. You really, really should. Ja, ich hätte die AI töten sollen. The train car is empty except for a man in the immaculately tailored Italian suit. You notice him watching you for several minutes while the train rumbles away towards Brandenburg Tor. Finally, he speaks. The strange words come out slowly in a deep, melodious tone that is easy to hear despite the noise of the train. He takes his time, accentuating each word, relishing each vowel and each consonant, tasting them as if they were a delicacy. Ah! Oh, Hallöchen! Wohl klar, never heard of him. Yes, of course. In your line of work, discretion is required. That is good. The man inclines his head slightly in the introduction. Hans Brackhaus. Ja. Genau, das ist dein richtiger Name, Hans Brackhaus. Mhm. Oh Gott. Ich weiß, wer das ist, ja, aber ich glaube, die anderen wissen das nicht. Wollen wir vorstellen? Das ist der nächste große Drache. Encounter with Azalea. My employer also wishes to hear about the lady Feuerschwinger. A fascinating creature, so unlike brothers and sisters. Yes. It's a relief that she is now free. Dragons are not meant for captivity, and Lady Feuerschwinger least of all. She was special in this world, I'm sure you would agree. just another taker. Interesting. Dragons take, that is undeniable, but they cannot consider just another taker, as you put it. They are the ultimate takers. It is their reason for existence. The great dragons are very old and very powerful and very, very cunning. A cunning unknowable to you. You look at a moth and barely perceive sentience. You glance at a ray, amused as it flutters towards a bright light in a vain attempt to what? To enter? To draw strength? To burn? It doesn't know. Its epic struggle to barely one 100th of your lifespan. The sum total of its existence is nothing against the vast scale of your struggles, your hopes, your dreams, which it could not fathom in 1,000 years. Poor moth. You will live and die between the beats of a dragon's heart, meine Freundin. What hope do you have of understanding them? Were you? Were you indeed? I'm pleased to hear it. And what did you learn? That Feuerschwinger had a reason for her attack. That is true. No ancient dragons act without reason. My Lady Feuerschwinger was a nurturer, a caregiver, rare among her kind. Where her brothers and sisters saw the world as a prize to be won, she saw it as a garden to be tended. Can you imagine? For world upon world, the great dragon Feuerschwinger brought wisdom and succor to countless souls, and she was loved for it, exalted, a goddess. When she awoke from her long slumber in 2012 and saw what the world had become, what humanity had done to the garden she had intended for great ages, she struck with rage, regret, frustration and anguish of a mother whose children had played with fire and burned the house down, killing themselves in the blaze. She unleashed fire and death through her tears. And now she is free again, and insane, the perfect addition to the sixth world. I'm sure of it. You may consider this conversation an employment interview for a very influential client, one who pays extraordinary well. Now listen. The man removes his hands from his knees, folds them in his lap. I tell you all of this so that you have context, perspective. Before I ask you this next question, Shadowrunner, if Dr. Valclair's weapon had not required dragonfire, if it had been capable of destroying every dragon on Earth without touching a hair on humanity's head, would you have used it? Indeed, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, things you do not wish to know. Well, on to the business at hand. My employer wishes to secure your team's services for a series of operations that will likely require the remainder of this year. Of course, and you have dealt with several false flag contracts as well recently, yes? This is an awful thing to be manipulated, I'm sure. There will be no secrets between us. Your employer will be the great dragon Lothier. Immerhin sagt er's. He is sometimes referred to as the Golden Rim. Perhaps you have heard of him. What makes you think I'm going to make a deal with a dragon? Because you already have been working for him for some time now, meine Dame. Or did you think Green Winters found her Havelmann on his own? He would he? I shall have to share that opinion with him. I think that he would be most amused. Allow me to share a truth with you, Shadowrunner. The truly powerful do nothing themselves unless they absolutely have to. Instead, they delegate. Others do the work for them, and they reap the benefits. If you doubt my words, consider the outcome of this episode. Valclair is dead, the Virus is gone, and the Lady Feuerschwinger flies free. All to my Lord Lothier's benefit, with only the tiniest of nudges to set events into motion. He didn't need to handle the matter himself. You handled it for him. My choices didn't play into any interest of Lothier's or any other dragons. My Lord Lufia never makes a move without anticipating the next three. You will not know what his endgame truly is until it has already come to pass, but you can choose whether to be on the right or the wrong side of it. Gradually the train begins to slow. He glances up at the U-Bahn map and smiles. Ah, this is my stop. Coming? Looks like it's my stop too. Train comes to a halt and the doors open. Burger stands, brushes off his Italian suit and exits without another word. As you turn to follow, your eye catches an advertisement for a worm truck above the subway corridor. Burger glances back at you from the platform, the light from the car reflecting yellow in his gaze. You step out of the subway car and follow him to the stairs into the Berlin night, into the shadows. Berlin Newsfax contains just one report of a large-scale explosion in the countryside east of Berlin. An abandoned castle is reportedly consumed in a massive fire that shakes the countryside and leaves a crater 60 feet deep. Holy shit. A natural gas leak is suspected and the location is soon cordoned off by unidentified corporate forces. This news is eclipsed when Zeta Group announced its acquisition of Arianespace, the last remaining arm of the European space program. The Flux state anarchist rule remains until 2055, when joint corporate forces, acting with the support of the German government, invade the city. It's widely known that the Great Dragon Luffy is responsible for orchestrating this action. After weeks of fighting, the surviving anarchists are forced to retreat to the eastern part of the city. A truce is signed 2060 and Berlin is again divided by a wall. The Great Dragon Dunkelzahn is elected president of the United Canadian American States. He is promptly assassinated as he leaves an inauguration party at the Watergate Hotel while in human form. Popular opinion is that another great dragon is responsible, as only a dragon can kill a dragon, but those in the shadows hint that an act of a powerful blood magic is the cause. Grainy photographs of a large living creature crossing a full moon above Harz Mountains circulate in Germany for several years. Conspiracy theorists take this as evidence that a new great dragon has emerged. But when no further sightings are reported, interest reigns. The name Dr. Adrian Vauclair has since been lost to the shadows. Bis auf Apex war das ein ziemlich gutes Ende. Ja. Ich will halt immer an das Gute in allem glauben, ne? Das war bei Apex halt ein Fehler. Es war auch bei Torvald ein Fehler, aber Torvald konnte man gut erschießen. Das sind echt lange Credits. Ich bin so lange Credits gar nicht mehr gewohnt. Es könnte besser sein, je nachdem, wie man mit Glory macht. Ja, Glory ist psychisch ziemlich stabil. Der einzige Negativpunkt ist, dass sie jetzt da los ist und alleine das Ganze machen will. Aber mein Gott. Ja, aber dafür konnte er jetzt heilen, ne? Ich glaube, Glory muss nicht herausfinden, was sie will. Ich glaube, Glory weiß ganz genau, was sie will. Ich finde es halt blöd, dass man nicht mal sagen kann, hey, wir haben hier einen Entdecker. Lass doch zumindest wenigstens die Spuren von dem scheiß Wichser gemeinsam finden. Und dann kannst du ihn alleine töten gehen. Ist auch okay. So, ne? Weil wir haben ein Team von Runnern. Und es gibt 2 Arten von Leuten, die Sachen auffinden. Runner und Fixer. Und sie lässt halt einfach ihr Netzwerk weg. Ne? Alter, wie viel kostet es, ein Spiel zu machen? 1 Million? Wenn jeder einen Dollar gegeben hat, dann sollte es jetzt mal langsam durch sein. Es geht hier nicht darum, dass das Narrengold, beziehungsweise dass der Hauptcharakter unbedingt mitgeht. Es geht darum, dass man ihr hilft, den Typen zu finden. Na? Man kann ja einfach den Typen finden, ihr dann die Adresse in die Hand drücken und sie dann gehen lassen, weißt du? Das wäre ein schönes Ende, Muskelzauberer. Aber gleichzeitig, du hast halt deine Seele so zerschossen, dass du nicht mehr in der Lage bist, Magie zu üben. Und dann würde Glory gegen die eigenen Regeln in der Welt verstoßen. Und das ist so... Echt? Du kannst Essenz zurückkriegen? The fuck? Ja, gut, okay. Sachen, die halt aus dem 4. Zeitalter stammen, dass die mehr als Essenz 6 haben. Meinst du? Das war das, glaube ich, was wir hatten, oder? Nee, das sind alles einfach nur die Sachen, die dabei sind. Das Bild ist schon ziemlich cool. Und auf einmal ist das hier halt super viel kleiner als vorher. Schaut euch das an, das ist super broken gerade. Ja, Shadowrun ist einfach wirklich gut. Auch die deutsche Fanbase von Shadowrun ist ziemlich groß, tatsächlich. Es ist also einer der größeren Player im Pen-and-Paper-Bereich. Aber wir gehen jetzt mal ins Outro. So. Und ich hoffe, in ein paar Stunden bin ich wieder pünktlich wach. Wenn ich nicht pünktlich um 18 Uhr anfange, habe ich einfach verschlafen, okay? Aber ich werd streamen. Hoffentlich um 18 Uhr, vielleicht auch ein bisschen später. Ich einfach verschlafen, okay? Und wir schauen mal, wen können wir reden? Ich denke nicht, dass ich Shadowrun Hongkong auch spielen werde. Ich liebe Shadowrun als Setting sehr. Aber ich habe noch ein paar andere Spiele und eins, da freue ich mich eigentlich ziemlich drauf. Vielleicht kriege ich auch den kleinen Magier dazu, mal mit mir ein paar der gemeinsamen Spiele zu spielen und zu streamen. Was besonders dann gut ist, wenn wir ein paar mehr Leute für die Sachen haben wollen. Für Stream und so. Schauen wir mal. Etto. Wir suchen jetzt einfach mal nach einem VTuber. Zumindest wenn ich darf, bitte lass mich nach den Text. VTuber. Und Deutsch. Oder auch nicht, ne? Könntest du mir jetzt dieses erlauben, bitte, liebes Twitch? Dankeschön. dann haben wir hier Corekeeper, Just Chatting, Warframe oder Kunst. Ich denke, wir nehmen Kunst. Schauen wir mal, ob die noch länger online bleibt. Ja, und ich werde nicht in den schlafenden Sabaton reingehen. Mal abgesehen davon, dass ich ihr Bild schon ein paar Mal gesehen habe und ich das relativ langweilig finde, was sie macht während des Schlafens. Und da ich sonst nichts, absolut gar nichts mit dieser Person zu tun habe und sie nicht einschätzen kann, werde ich da nicht reinraiden. Ja, okay, das sieht so aus, als ob es da noch ein bisschen länger weitergeht. Hi, Fork! Kommst du zum Schluss aus dem Lurk hier rausgeschlichen? Also, meine Süßen, vergessen nicht, ja? Wird sein, ist nur natürlich ein Nebeneffekt von Awesome sein. Also, stay weird, stay awesome. Und wir werden jetzt zu jemandem rüber raiden, dessen Zuschauerzahl wir damit mehr als verdoppeln werden. Damit wir ein bisschen Liebe am Morgen verteilen. Ein bisschen Liebe am Freitagmorgen. Stay weird, stay awesome. Und wir machen jetzt ein Share the Love Raid.
Speichert.